I would like to thank everyone who joined us again. Going back to Keynote Talks. Before our speaker will go on the stage, we discussed the thing that he wanted to talk about. And that's very exciting. A human brain is always working, and on average it spends 30 watts per hour. Artificial intelligence needs 100,000 times more energy. What is the conclusion? AI, in terms of energy efficiency, is lagging behind the humans. So there are experts who try to improve the energy efficiency of the trained model. Ivan Osteledets, the professor of physics and mathematics, the professor of the Russian Academy of Science, professor of Skoltech, the leading researcher on IRI, the director of the Center of Technology of AI. He also has a cum laude diploma from MIT, and which specialized in applicable mathematics and physics. He was the most young expert who defended his doctoral thesis, and he received the award from the Russian president in science and innovation for young scientists. Hi everyone. Good morning and good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'd like to talk about the training of large AI models. AI is moving from small models, specialized models that can only resolve one task, to large models that can use hundreds of billions of examples, and that has hundreds of billions of parameters. There are some models with almost 1 trillion of parameters, and it's used for image recognition, text recognition and analysis, generation of voice, speech recognition. This approach of integration of multimodal data is more efficient than training the models in the specialized field. When this revolution of deep learning started, there was this new summer of AI. It was enough to use 1 or 2 graph cards for training, and it was possible to receive some great results based on that. You can do the same right now for some particular tasks, but if you talk about really large models, like a GPT class models, GPT or DALI Kandinsky, that were trained in Russia, they can be trained only by a company. Only a company or a large organization can afford that, with tens of thousands of GPUs. And obviously you need to develop a specialized software for that. You need a lot of compute for that, and that's a lot of energy that you need to burn. That leads to CO2 emissions. For example, GPT-3 model that was trained in 2019. So this model that has 175 billion parameters used to be a leader in OpenAI, the company that that is quite famous, that is called Open, although it's not really open because the parameters are hidden. And for several years, it used to be the largest model that was trained. Now the situation has changed. If you talk about language models, there are these huge language models that were trained. But if we go on a car from Earth to Moon, that would be the CO2, the equivalent of CO2 emissions. Or that would be the emissions of large cities, of entire cities. And the emissions of entire cities are comparable to some of the trainings of the models. The results of these research efforts move us closer to multitasking, to AGI, because models that generate images or that generate images based on the descriptions, text descriptions, they are like some mid-level creatives, because the neural network can draw a logo that would be the same in quality, in terms of quality, as it would be drawn by a graduate, a mid-level graduate of some mid-level university. You know, this creativity, we thought it was impossible for the AIJ to achieve, because we talk about creativity, we talk about the creation. Whether it is creativity or not, that's another topic. But anyway, a machine draws something, a human draws something, you know, is a kind of a visual representation, and there's less and less differences. And the designers, the advanced designers, I started to talk about them for some reason. Anyway, they started to use AI as their tool, as one of their tools. If you go back to the technical part of my research, there are two challenges we need to resolve. They are very much related to each other. First of all, the computational time. The times for the training might be hundreds and thousands of GPU hours. We will need 100,000 hours if we use only one GPU to train one big modern model.
Clearly, that is not possible. It will take a huge amount of time, and you also need space for storage of the model parameters, and also all the interim computational results have significant memory limitations. So we are moving from the 40 gigabytes of memory graph to a 100 REM graph card. We will be able to train more models because this REM limitation is one of the key limitations. In fact, we do not know. Well, if we do it up front, we will have to resolve the storage problem. With the GPT models, the GPT family of models, what we have is the architecture of the network is the same, a transformer-type architecture with three types of blocks: the linear layer, the attention layer, and that's it, basically. What you can increase is the number of blocks, the size of blocks. An interesting thing happened. The architecture of this transformer type can very successfully tackle text processing, image processing, better than other neural network architectures. So basically, we found the architecture that can tackle all kinds of problems. This same architecture can also be augmented with image processing, video recognition and understanding, and many more things. But to get better quality, better performance, we of course need the right data. With images, for example, we can just extract all kinds of images from the internet or satellite images. Let's suppose we have solved the problem, we have dozens of billions of images, we add augmentation to that, and now we need to increase the size of the model so that the model can memorize and interpret, understand the knowledge in the data set. The architecture is there, it is fixed. Of course, people keep coming up with boosts, with some better additions that augment the performance, but still the transformer is already working pretty well. It doesn't mean we won't have an alternative anytime soon to that transformer. It's just that what we see now is that the increase of the number and size of blocks results in better performance. These are the figures with the modern model, blue model, the biggest one, trained by the whole world. Many of you have probably read online in social media the diagrams of its training, lots of engineering tricks to help train this model. But roughly speaking, the estimate is 400 GPU A100, 120 days for training. Kandinsky training took 4 months with half the Christopher capacity. Delhi 2, its training time reaches 200,000 GPU hours. So we are talking about gigantic numbers. And there is no evidence that says that those numbers will not be increasing. There is a thing with training this kind of models. How do you assess efficiency? We calculate the number of operations with a floating point that need to be done, and then we calculate the time. GPU of the latest generation could handle 300 to 400 teraflops, the peak performance of these GPUs. The latest software, if you optimize it, where the speed of data transmission between different nodes is very, very high, what NVIDIA has been doing, you can achieve the 30 to 40% performance of the peak. So, to sum up, there is a foundation for increased performance, even with the peak. With the peak models, the peak GPUs. Even if we're talking about systems with dozens, hundreds of graph cards, GPUs, there the performance, of course, will be a bit lower. And this is precisely what I wanted to talk about. How do we take the hardware that we have available and use it to increase the performance of training of models? 2 parts to my report. The first part will be dedicated to the commonly used concepts, and the second part will be about the results that we have in our research, what we are currently working on, and our future work. The obvious idea is that you need to do calculations in parallel. You need to align them. If the model is too big, if we want to have a certain amount of GPUs, you just divide calculations between the different graph cards, and that's the way to accelerate computing. For many years, what we were doing was data parallelism. So we have a big data set, we split it up in chunks, and each graph card calculates the gradient in its chunk, the data parallelism. The interval of gradient calculation in a selected area, in a selected chunk, is paralleled, but then you need to take all these parallel gradients, sum them up, calculate the final result, and then send the results to each model. So each GPU contains its own copy of model parameters. If the model has 100 billion parameters, the memory will need to be 4 times bigger. If it's half that, then 2 times bigger. That parallelism will simply not be able to be packed in the GPU memory. If we simply do data parallelism, we will have to cut up the model in chunks. That's with model parallelism. Direct distribution neural network is a sequence of blocks that receive input information and then process this information one by one. So we split up our model in horizontal pieces. So until the first piece processes this information, the second piece cannot come into play. It needs to be a sequence. So this pipeline parallelism, this sort of a conveyor belt, could be a problem. Another type of parallelism is when you split up your model in vertical pieces, divided in different GPUs. It could be a sophisticated system, a number of nodes, 8 GPUs in one node that communicate well, another node with slower GPUs. So it's a classic problem for parallel programming. The world of ML and data science has been ignoring this problem for a while, but now we need to go back there. We need to get back to that problem, try to solve it, or we need to wait for some one-button solutions where you press a button and there's magic, everything works. Of course, there are people working on relevant frameworks, but it needs further investment of our time and effort. Now, reduction in calculation time, that could be done with parallelism. As for memory reduction techniques, there are several techniques used actively in production, but as a matter of fact, what is probably not known to the larger audience is that the optimization of such approaches is very mathematically intensive task. One of the standard tasks is activation checkpointing. This is where, well, I'll go back to that in a minute. Or it could be offloading, where you offload, where you upload parts of the model weights to the CPU that could be 10 times bigger in terms of memory than parallelism. Very briefly about data parallelism, one exception there: when we divide the dataset in chunks, we have to calculate for each part of the dataset its own gradient, its own batch. That is equivalent to training with a big batch, 100 GPUs. The batch is 100 times bigger. So we want to avoid the relevance, the corresponding increase in the number of iterations. So that means you need to select the right learning rate. We have the solution. There is an optimizer called lump-Lars, which essentially scales the gradient. And, for example, in 2019, the BERT model was successfully trained using a large batch, 76 minutes. That's the time the training took, based on TPUs. Same goes for clusters with big GPUs, but with TPUs, the size of clusters is way bigger. And now back to memory. The most critical moment, actually. We have a model with a certain number of parameters. To calculate the update of the model parameters, we need to calculate the gradient of the model parameters. So we have a certain number of blocks, and in order to produce a gradient, we need to store all the interim results, the activation before each block, and the memory that is needed for such storage, especially if you have a large batch, could be 10 times bigger than the number of parameters. Let's say you have the GPU of 100, the maximum number of model parameters, 1.2 billion of parameters, even if you use half of the accuracy, because these activations that I talked about will eat up all the memory. So 12 M bytes memory will be required. Deep Speed Framework, I have to mention it, developed by Microsoft, because this is an efficient yet simple way to divide model parameters among computing units. People use this framework very actively. We need to distribute data among different computing units. First, we calculate the distance, then the gradient, and the number of communications radically reduces. The model can be split, as I said, vertically and horizontally. A few words about the pipeline parallelism. This is related to our current project. So, as I said, we just do it up front. Most of the GPU will be just idling. The idea here is you take a batch, you split it into micro batches, and then the calculation becomes asynchronous. So we split up the computing in different batches and we do it asynchronously. I think this is the most promising approach, and we needed to do not just at the level of the batch, but also all the parameters that are involved in the model. There are other approaches, the pipe dream approach, where the utilization of the GPU with the vertical with a vertical split becomes much higher. I said there's a lot of math in it. You will ask me, well, where is the math? This is just engineering, pure and simple. Where do you split the model? In which blocks? It depends on the complexity of the block. It depends on the complexity of communication. There is this great doctoral thesis by Alanishev If you're interested, feel free to look it up. Very interesting. NP4, NP complete is the allocation problem, so you can just suggest characteristics. Same goes for checkpointing. This is where we need to understand which activations need to be maintained. With direct and reverse transfer, we don't have to store all the interim calculations. We can just store part of them and then recalculate the rest. So where do you draw these lines? Which ones do you store? Which ones do you not have to store? This is a problem for mathematical programming. And this requires pretty complex heuristics. Checkpointing, usually with checkpointing, we just take every third layer and we store them. The rest is not stored. But then there are effective software solutions that regular data scientists do not use in their work because, well, one of the reasons is because they are not very well known and the button is not very convenient, but the rotor program component is really great. Similar situation with the offloading of part of data from the GPU to CPU. So if we are lacking in memory in our GPU, we can offload it to CPU and, if necessary, reload back to GPU. And be complete, once again, we could come up with interesting heuristics for it. Zero infinity, for example, is an implementation case with just one GPU. Same goes not just to weights, not just for weights that could be offloaded, but also activations. If you have a situation where batch number 1 cannot be fit into the memory, we could do the activation offloading. What else can be done to reduce consumed memory in training? I will be talking about two things that we tried, that we tested. The first thing, and I think this is our achievement, I'm very proud of it, the idea is very simple. In the architecture of neural networks, there are activation flow functions. You've heard about ReLU. GeLU is what you use here. You need to store the flow derivative of this activation in all codes. This is how it's done. You store the full bit representation. What we're showing is that you don't have to store bit-by-bit representation or approximation, or you could just have this sort of a shelf to approximate a number. You need an 8-value table. This is how you can reduce the memory for training and memory for storing the parameters with actual models. 15 to 20% less memory, which is great in terms of training. We have managed to identify similar solutions for the linear layer and also for reducing consumed memory in attention. And another concept that we have been developing, we looked at all possible techniques used at the moment, and we saw that each and every technique can be improved, but to get maximal performance, we needed our own training framework. We needed to create one from scratch. We are looking at the blocks that we're using not as integral units, but each matrix is split up in smaller batches. We write a completely asynchronous multiplication of these batches and blocks. And so, let's say one multiplication is not yet performed at a certain layer, but part of the multiplications have already happened in some other batches. It could be represented as a diagram. PyTorch, TensorFlow, they do not exactly give us the right level, low level. Low level might sound a little primitive, but it's not primitive at all. Anyway, you can represent it as such, as this diagram in mathematics. Developing such frameworks takes a very long time, where we have each computational unit getting its super small sub-problems, which we distribute among different units. The units do not have to be homogeneous. Let's say we have some old GPUs, K80, K80, K40, and we want to use them for something. And we also want to automatically balance the load to ensure maximum efficiency. And it turns out it can be done. So we took this idea. Once again, what is the idea? We take standard neural network layers, transformer architecture, linear layer, norm layer, attention. For each of the layers, we implement this strange Frankenstein monster-like asynchronous multipliers. So we do the multiplication, but it's asynchronous. And if we can use the products of the multiplication later on in a subsequent layer, that's great. So that's the gist of it. We used as a planner the StarPU library. It's an openly available library. And we take this library and we write our own in C++ from scratch. It is a huge undertaking within the project of AI Center for Environmental Stewardship. We are developing this within the project on green AI. Green AI meaning an AI that does not consume the megawatts of power to train, so this has direct economic benefits. It took us roughly 6 months to effectively implement the basic layers, and by now we have pretty much implemented the elementary cycle of training, elementary block transformer, but writing, experimenting, testing, prototyping, this is a huge endeavor. We have to really dig deep inside the process of training. People who work in ML, they don't really like to do it for obvious reasons. I think we've done a good job. This is what it looks like. Matrix multiplication. We do not really even split up the problem by batches. So we have the input data set as and drawn metrics, the size of the data set by the number of features. And then when you split it up into batches, it don't have to be the same size. This is done by the planner.
This is how one layer looks like in terms of the compute graph, asynchronous graph. This is one layer of the transformer architecture. It looks quite heavyweight, yet this is how it works. We can use heterogeneous systems. It's great to show how a big model was trained with this story, but we have the maximum productivity for GPUs. You can take outdated hardware that is just staying there, but you can get a pretty good performance out of it by launching several GPUs, and it will work properly. We'll have a low-level framework, and we'll make an interface with Python so that it is user-friendly and users can train models. And maybe not 30, but at least 70% of efficiency would be a great thing to achieve. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ivan. Very simple, newbie questions, really. How many hard drives would you need to store the information of the largest NN model in the world? You'll need a lot of hard drives, several hundreds of terabytes. But, I will have to bring it with... I could bring it with me. It's large, not in terms of the volume, but, to train it... You will need a lot, if you put all the computation racks, or this entire meeting hall, conference hall, might not be enough actually. But if you want to use this model in some real live situations, for instance, for translation of the text or face recognition, you might not need this entire hall, but maybe a few racks to launch it and how can you make a model closer to the human brain? Actually, about the training of the model, as far as I understand, you have a new task. You're the experts, the researchers, so you were able to train the model to resolve one task. And now you need to train it so that it can resolve several tasks at the same time. For instance, to recognize the image, the text, and the voice at the same time. You will need years for that? No, not years. Even in our conference, we have a competition organized by AIJ. It's called Fusion Brain. That's the task, to create this super mega model. This is this is the task that is being resolved across the world, and these models will be able to resolve multiple tasks at the same time. If the number of models increase, maybe it will yield some results. Yield some results in our country. In our country, yes. On this conference, actually, yeah. The question from Athena: the decrease of the number of the high performance, and then will it affect the edge computing? What are the developments here in edge computing? Well, actually, edge computing lies in the paradigm that I talked about. We slice our compute in many small slices and distribute them across the weak computational devices. So, like, how do you do that? Using the smartphones, for example, but it is all based on algebra, on some basic algorithms, and these methods can be used there as well, for the edge as well. Maybe you will have to work for several years, quite actually, to this end, but we'll be able to achieve that. So as I understand, the models are being trained quicker and quicker, right? Yeah, it is trained quicker and quicker, and people, being greedy, they want to increase the volume of the model 2 times, so that it learns even faster. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, professor, the head of the Skoltech, the professor in physics and mathematics, the head of AIJ, Evgeny Burnaev. He was also awarded with many awards, including by the government of Moscow, for the storage and processing and protection of information, and received a scientific award of Ilya Sigalovich for his achievements in computer sciences. Ilya Burnaev made a very interesting topic: topology strikes back. Shape of your data really matters, and everything that you wanted to know but were afraid to ask. I'm not afraid to ask anything, so please, Mr. Burnaev, you have the floor. Hello, Evgeny. Hello. It's my pleasure to see you again. Yeah. Me too. It was great to hear you speak an hour ago on the panel discussion. I should not ask questions because it's too technical, too complicated. Well, this is quite a new tool, and the entry level in terms of the mathematics is quite high. So not all the researchers understand the potential of this tool, and this is what I want to talk about in my report. Yeah, we're all ears. Okay, so let's talk about the topology and how can you strengthen the AI training with topology. As we know, the images are just part of the observation, because for images the pixels are dependent and they have similar values, and therefore the vectors are being grouped with some non-linear surfaces. Usually this phenomenon is called varieties, and it is modeled with non-linear functions. And this non-linear function creates a non-linear surface around which our research is grouped, and there's a small number of parameters that it's dependent on, which is called latent variables. On this slide, you see the non-linear surface in 3D. That's how we can put it in the image. And these are the black dots that are our observations. For example, an image of a dog, an image of another dog, an image of a kitty. And we want to resolve the classification task and by these images, using these images, we want to understand this is a cat or a dog. Or there might be another object that can look like a dog, but is not one. The structure of data is so that it is grouped in the small part of the surface of the environment, of the space, and this is what you need to consider when you resolve the predictive tasks, like building classifiers. How do you do that? Now, topology here is the correct tool that helps to estimate, based on the variety of data, some characteristics, and consider that, take that into account when you train the ML models. Now, what is the topological analysis of data? Let's look at the donut and the coffee cup. In terms of the topology, it is equivalent. With some deformation, continuous deformation, one can be transformed into another one. But if you look at the scale, this bagel that was that someone already ate, in terms of the scale, it is not equivalent to the cup of coffee. And the topology helps to estimate the scale in a computational efficient way to understand how the attributes of the objects are changed. And these topological attributes are multivariable. Let's look at the general way to calculate these topological attributes. We're talking about the persistent diagrams. We have a cloud of dots that is generated on the 2D circle, and for every dot we build a sphere, a circle, and the radius of all the spheres is increasing. This is what you see on the left diagram. The right diagram, you see the persistent diagram. Every point, every dot is received in the following manner. The spheres are increasing. Some spheres start to touch each other, and there is this kind of a hole between the spheres that started to be combined. And the change of the radius, the minimum change of the radius, is the x-axis on the right. And as for the y-axis, that's the maximum radius value, after which the radiuses, the spheres are so large that this hole is removed, disappears. Only one dot is not in line with the diagonal, and that means that in this variable, with our sample of data, this is the central hole that is the most persistent and the most resilient, the most robust, and that diagram helps us to understand that, and we could understand that even if our data were multidimensional. You can do that for multidimensional data and for the these holes of the multidimensional properties of this data. This persistent diagram can present the multidimensional sample to understand this diversity. You can use the barcodes, basically, record the barcodes, and from minimum radius to the maximum radius, the movement from minimum to maximum radius is represented as the sections according to the x-axis And depending on the types of the peculiarities, depending on the type of other things, we represent the values for these sections, and this is how we characterize the character of this diversity. How do you use that on the practice? Now, how do you compare the multidimensional data? This is one of the examples. It's not the only case, but here we compare the multidimensional data that are real and multidimensional data that were generated with GAN. Why do we need that? We need that because we can assess the quality of the generative model. If the generated data more or less the same as the real data, then the model is of high quality. One of the approaches that is natural and very simple in a way is that we have the manifold of the sample data with some attributes, then some persistent barcodes, for example, and we do that the same for the artificial data. We calculate the average lifespan for the persistent life code, and then we compare these vectors of the attributes, and that's it. But we do not tailor for the manifold comparison. This is what some researchers made several years ago. They were able to resolve this issue. And we suggested the cross barcodes. The cross barcodes is the barcode that helps to assess to what extent the manifold is similar to another manifold. You need to calculate the topology attributes for the space. Basically, we take a scale, and if the dots from two different manifolds are nearer to each other, then we think it's one. If they're far away from each other, then these are different dots. And then we get one of the manifolds of the data, and we calculate topology attributes. It's easy to do in terms of the algorithms. If we have a cloud of red dots, a cloud of blue dots, what you need to do is you take the cloud of red dots in terms of the scale, you connect them to each other, you connect them to the cloud of blue dots, use the graph to calculate different characteristics. You can increase the scale, repeat, and this is how you will receive the same barcodes, but these barcodes will take into account the distance between each other. This approach has interesting theory behind it, because the maximum length of this barcode is being limited by Hausdorff distance. If this value is high, that means that the manifold of data is different. And as for the proxy, we decided to use the matrix, the average value of cross barcodes in variation 1. That also has some interesting theoretical basis. Let's talk about the applications of this idea. In practice, we like to model the multidimensional data and visualize it. How can you do that? The standard approach says that we can take an automatic coding solution. As an input, it has data, it is compressed and then decompressed again, and we assess and estimate the parameters of auto-coding solution so as to minimize the error when it is restored. But then there is a peculiarity here, because actually when we want to visualize the multidimensional data, obviously this multidimensional data are being compressed, and we visualize those vectors that we have in the latent space, let's say latent 2 or 3. but no one can guarantee that the autoencoder will deliver the topology of data that would be maintained. And we were able, talking about the metric of the diversity that I talked about, to make it differential and then to make it computationally effective. And based on that, when we train an autoencoder, we put some additional fine. This additional fine helps to ensure that the topology of data that were modeled by the small-scale latent space would be more or less the same as in the similar space, the same for the data, I mean. If you look at the slide, there is a 3D image. This is the mammoth, that's the cloud of dots, and this is what you do with it if you put it in 2D, using UMAP, TSNE, and other things. But if you use the simple autoencoder with the topology related fine, the structure of the data is maintained. And the results are really good. Another example might not be a serious one, but it really explains the essence of this approach. We have 1100 D spheres, and there is a 12th sphere that is 110 D space. If these are the random dots that were sampled on the surface of the spheres, would be great, and we wanted to visualize it so as to save this attribute so that the spheres are not interconnecting with each other, but they're within one big sphere. If you look at the result that is highlighted green, you can see that this is possible only with the approach that we used, that I talked about. Yes, there is this dots that are being displayed on the surface of the spheres. They're not interconnecting with each other, but they are on the surface of this large sphere. That's great. That means that with topology we can build some very exciting representations that are of a low scale, but they can visualize multidimensional data and that save all the attributes. But for the practical purposes, you need to have the disentanglement attributes. We should not only have some latent representations. We want the variable in this latent space to be responsible for the independent attributes of the data.
How can this be done? Essentially, what does that mean in practice? We are building an autocoder, and if we change some parameters in the latent space independently, for example, all the parameters are fixed and just one of the parameters is then varied. This will result in variance in a specific isolated property, attribute in the description of a project, of an object generated as the output of the autocoder. So how do you accomplish it? It can be accomplished with the topological fine, the one I mentioned before. What I mean here, let's not train the autocoder simply by adding the topological fine that guarantees the maintenance of data structure, but we will add a topological fine that will guarantee that the variables change if there is a variance in latent variables. The change in data properties will be occurring in independent sub-manifolds. We will do as follows. Since we have an autocoder, we can use it to generate new objects. So, for example, we can just arbitrarily set a latent vector, and for that vector we can generate an object description that is similar to an actual one. So we can generate groups of such latent vectors, and for that we can generate a group of objects with the descriptions similar to the real ones. So these will be our anchor points, anchor objects. Next, we want the first latent variable to have a certain property. So we take this variable, this latent variable, and then for the latent vectors, we will be generating point descriptions, but we will be varying this first latent variable with small margins. Those will be our positive points. Then we will generate a sampling of negative points. But as opposed to the first case, we will take the latent variables and we will be varying them arbitrarily. Arbitrarial variance of arbitrarily selected variables. This way, we end up with three groups of points. The positive points and the negative points are produced by a special way of variance in the latent space. Then we take the three groups of points and we use them to build a triplet function of loss. This triplet function. The main thing there is that we will be using the topological characteristic to compare to what extent the topology of the initial sampling and the sampling that is produced through variance is similar or dissimilar. And then we will be training the autocoder thanks to optimizing the loss function that we produced. As I described, we generated a sampling of anchor points, a group of positive points, negative points. Based on them, we calculate the triplet loss, and then we activate the autocoder by adding the fine. What is the output of it? On the slide, you can see an example of a test 3D shapes dataset. In this dataset, you have shapes of different colors with backgrounds of different colors, surrounded by different colors once again. Then the scale of the shapes can be different, and the floor, the orientation can also vary. So 6 parameters for variation, independent variation at that. We wanted to build an autocoder that could generate objects that are similar, so that each latent variable could become automatically responsible for each of these types of variations. What we are trying to prove is that if you use the approach that I just described, you will be able to do this automatically. On the slide, you now see this short cartoon. What we did was we took the autocoder, we trained it with the topological fine. To that autocoder, we added, or rather thanks to the autocoder, we generated an object for a latent vector value, and then we took the latent vector to either vary the first coordinate or the second one, or coordinate 3, 4, 5, or 6. In each of the cases, we see that the relevant latent variable is responsible for precisely the property, the attribute that is varied in the initial sampling. That's what we expected. Also, if you generate any other random latent vector, and if you reproduce the experiment, the result will be the same. So this is the property of the autocoder derived automatically. Another interesting thing is that if you have the dimensionality of the latent space higher than 6, we have 6 parameters here for variation, you will see that 6 latent variables will be responsible for the variations, and then you will have 4 latent vectors that will not be participating at all. Once again, precisely the hypothesis we were going to prove. This could be useful for problems that have to do with image processing. Can the topology be as helpful with processing other types of data, though? Now let's talk about topology when you process natural language data. The main models that are used in NLP are so-called transformers, which help generate the attention matrix. The attention matrix shows or rather each value within that matrix shows the dependence of each word within a sentence on any other word within the same sentence. Based on those relations, you can build a graph that describes the dependencies among words in a sentence or a text. And based on that graph, you can do the exact same process of topological attribute calculation as before. You set a scale, a threshold value from 0 to infinity, and depending on the threshold value, whether it's bigger or slower or lower for a graph edge, you take away the edge, and for a specific value, you can calculate the number of cycles, the number of empty spaces, null values, higher degree, lower degree, topological characteristics. And for them, you can calculate the barcodes. This is what you're looking at on the slide for a specific attention matrix of a transformer trained based on a collection of actual natural language texts. Then the pipeline. We have our natural language. This is an example on the slide. One sentence makes sense, one is logical, and the other sentence is not. It's incorrect. So you put this into the transformer. We calculate algebraic attributes with the attention matrix. We estimate other attributes based on the relevant graphs, and we can also produce statistics with persistent barcodes, the average lifespan, entropy, and other attributes. And then all these attributes are fed into the logistic regression to solve the problem of classification, whether it's true that this sentence we're looking at makes sense or not. Is it acceptable or not? This is a typical problem for NLP. It turns out that using topology on top of standard models, such as BERT and others, helps you significantly, sometimes by several-fold, increase the accuracy in your solution. We have tested that approach using 3 benchmarks, and regardless of whether the transformer of the NLP model was pre-trained or not, or whether we simply trained the linear layer for the classification problem, or we took the pre-trained model, we calculated the attention matrix and the topological attributes, and then we trained the logistic classifier. So in any case, the addition of topology either significantly improves the performance, the accuracy, or if you have a pre-trained model, it gives you similar results. And in one case, with one of the benchmarks, we actually achieved state-of-the-art results, which is a nice effect. Another problem, also commonplace in NLP, the scoring of minimal pairs. So we have a sentence and then another sentence, a pair sentence, which is just slightly different. Maybe one word is different, or the ending of a word is different. So sentence B is incorrect. Even if you have a problem like this, you can significantly increase your accuracy if you use topology. The pipeline is relatively similar. The input is sentence A and sentence B. They go through the transformer. The attention matrix is calculated. Then, based on the head selection, the attention matrices are additionally trained and then compared between themselves. Depending on the results of the comparison, you can build a classifier depending on which attention matrix is closer. You can generate a pretty simple classifier. The important thing is that for 8 different baselines, including, among other things, a baseline based on human labeling, so a human baseline, we have significantly increased the accuracy, the speed, The addition of topological analysis, whether it's Sber or Roberta model, you can increase the accuracy. You can even achieve hundreds increases in accuracy. For the processing of data from speech in natural language, we are also actively using transformer-based models. Hubert, for example. Essentially, this is the same transformer, but with some add-ons specifically to process the speech signal. Once again, you can apply the very same pipeline, the same attributes. You have your speech signal, you put it into a pre-trained or non-pre-trained transformer, you get the output attention matrix, you use them to calculate algebraic attributes or statistical attributes in barcodes, or you calculate the topological difference in different layers of the transformer. And then you put it into the logistic regression that solves the problem of assessing sentiment in the speech signal, or it says that the speech has been generated, or that it comes from a human, or it can even identify the speaker. It turns out that for classifying emotions, this is a very good approach. With one of the benchmarks, we were even able to achieve state-of-the-art results. And with the speaker identification task, this approach does not really work. Then again, for another problem, this is on a par with some standard approaches. What is the conclusion? Topology is helpful in processing speech signals, and there's no surprise there. If you look at the slide and the minimal tree that approximates the corresponding attention matrix, you will see that depending on emotions, it has different structures, different properties. And in fact, with many of the topological attributes, there is a lot of hidden information about the structure of data on different scales, and this is what allows us to solve problems so efficiently. This gives us new topological approaches for assessing multidimensional properties of data, for disentanglement, for designing multidimensional data in multidimensional spaces. And we also saw that it is really helpful with NLP problems. So ML, to sum up, is the scientific area about data. So can you apply this to practice, or is that purely theoretical? In fact, some of these approaches, the algorithms that we have test-driven with the problems that I described in my report, we have been using them already in projects that deal with data processing in oil and gas technology, and also in some problems of classifying neurodegenerative disorders. It turns out that based on functional MRI scans, you can build attributes that are way better than some big, cumbersome neural networks. Given the data in medicine, this is very important. We generate a handful of attributes, and then they can give you a lot of information about the lack or the presence of a neurodegenerative disease. We talk a lot about neural networks, artificial neural networks. Can we apply your approaches for analyzing the data in a human brain using human brain networks? This is actually a good example that I gave you from healthcare, and this is something that is going to come very, very soon. This is just one of the examples. So we are currently working with our team on classification of data for the unified state exams. There are a lot of dependencies with these exams by components and time, and this means that all these data are based on the manifold. Thanks to topological attributions, we can assess the properties of the manifolds, and this gives us better ways to solve problems in medical diagnostics in particular. And a question from Athena. In your report, you mentioned the interpretability of ML models, their training, and how important interpretability is in training. But when striving to achieve the results, developers often do not formulate this as a priority. Do you think that in the future, as models become more complex, we will be able to achieve better interpretability? Well, this is a fundamental question. I think this should be expected from AI. But in all seriousness, I think this is already in the works. As I said today, clearly we are here in particular to pay compliments to each other, but in one of the reports, in one of the projects, in NLP, we were analyzing pro-beta models with many parameters, and it's very difficult to identify how these parameters interact with each other. But when we applied the topological attribute approach to analyzing the attention maps, we found that topological attributes are responsible for very specific properties in grammar, in speech. I think this interpretation could be very useful later on to interpret why this or that decision was made by this big model that processes natural language. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope to see you back next year. Thank you. And now biocomputer sciences. The methods of NLP are increasingly often used for tackling applied and fundamental problems in biology. Quite recently, you surely remember, an international group of scientists announced that they completely deciphered the human genome. They could get the genome sequence. So that is now available, but we can understand the meaning of only 2% of the entire area of the genome. So data scientists and bioengineers united to find the hidden meanings of a genome. Mikhail Burtsev will tell you more about it, candidate of physics and mathematical sciences, director of research at AIJ, the leader of Deep Pavlov project, head of neural network lab at MIPT, and Olga Kardimon from AIJ.
Olga, hello. Great to see you again. Olga, just one question, to decipher the details, meaning the remaining 98% from 100, you will need your entire life for that? Well, I hope it will not happen like that, because we had such a great progress in genetics and AI in the last decade, and I think it will help us to resolve this task as quickly as possible, much quicker than expected. Okay, we are looking forward to your report. Hi everyone. Our presentation is about GINA LM, the first DNA language model. But before we talk about our language model, let's talk about the construction of our genome machine. What is our genome consists of? What is DNA? What is a gene? And how the genes are working and regulated in our body. Then Mikhail is going to talk about our journey in terms of creation of GINA model and how we used it to resolve the real genomics tasks. And we are going to wrap up with the other applications of this DNA model. What are the real clinical tasks that we can resolve with it? And then we're going to touch upon the prospects of this technology. Now, many of you know that in 1990 there was a project that was launched. It was called the Genome of Humans. 10 years. Researchers used the then available technology to create the genetic code. In 2003, the project was closed, and it was basically thought to be completed. But now you need days to count the genetic code and sometimes hours to do that. Our colleagues before spent a decade on that. Now, what exists in our DNA? DNA is the sequence of nucleids. These are the letters, really. A, T, G, C. These are the letters. The RNA molecule is being read from that, and T is replaced with U in the same sequence. If we look at the genetic code, we will understand that by creating triplets of nucleative RNA forms amino acids, and amino acids is our protein. When it interacts with other proteins, with ligands and other molecules, it determines the most important things in our body. 3.3 billion base pairs, 3.3 billion letters. This is the weight, so to speak, of our genome code. And the Oxford researchers decided to print it in font size 4, 130 books. That's the library of our genetic codes with 78,000 pages. And that's a lot of information in our genome. But if you look at that in real applications in medical genetics, only 1.52% is used. This is around 3 million base pairs, 3 million letters that are being coded by the proteins in our body that make up genes. If you look at our library, it will be 1.5 thousand pages from 78,000 pages of our entire library. So what stands behind all this information, all this great array of information that is still in the unknown? This volume used to be called a rubbish DNA, and people thought that there's nothing there. But increasingly often we understand that there are some hidden elements in the DNA that regulate the work of our genes, and in this sequence, it is this sequence that tells us the mechanism of how the genome will work in one cells and will be switched off in other cells. So now let's think about the central theory of the molecular biology. The RNA are being read from the genes. In RNA, there are parts that code our gene, and there are some intermittent periods that are called introns. As part of splicing, these introns are being removed, and this matrix RNA remains, and this is used for the further synthesis of the protein. It is interesting that when the genome was decoded, researchers thought that there will be around 100,000 genes in our RNA. Why? Well, because for quite a long time it was thought that we have at least 100,000 genes in our body, because we know at least 100,000 proteins in our body. But whatever we used to search through all that, we found only 20,000 genes. These 20,000 genes during the alternative splicing process can deliver 70,000 proteins, and when the protein has been synthesized, it can be modified additionally, and it can deliver another 250,000 proteins. So we have only 20,000 genes in our bodies. If you look at our genome machine in terms of how it works and how it's built, it's not a trivial process. First of all, for the RNA to be calculated together with the DNA, it should have a sequence. If you look at the surfaces, at the special distances, you can see the green zone, that is the gene. It starts with the part that is called promoter. This particular part is recognized as by the protein that becomes RNA, and the RNA synthesis ends at the end part. Around the gene, on the left and on the right, there can be enhancers. These are the parts of DNA that are linked with their own molecules, and together with the promoter, that they can strengthen the RNA. We also have silencers, and they work differently. If they receive their protein signal, they stop the gene, they disable it. Transposable elements are the parts of DNA that can jump from one part of the DNA to another part. If you look at that as a text, it's like several lines that would jump from one page to another page, or to another part of the page. And sometimes the chains of the DNA are synthesized by RNA, but from this RNA the protein is never coding. This RNA has its own regulatory function, and this is all packed in a very highly structured and complex structured DNA molecule. Obviously, this is a very high-level description. It does not give you all the peculiarities, but I just wanted you to understand how the machine works. It's very complex, and our genetic experts and biologists have a very hard time to decipher what happens in our bodies. The expression of the gene expression. How much do we receive of the end product from the gene? It can be protein, or it can be the RNA that does not code the protein. Here you can see the examples of the expression of the genes. The one is MYH7, that is found in the muscular parts of the heart and the skeleton, but it is never used for the brain. The other gene, SLC1A3, is actively working in the cells of the brain and is very, very weak in the cells of other tissues and organs. And this example really shows us why, with the same sequence of DNA, depending on the different cells of our body, different tissues and organs are being formed. Why our tissues are so different? Because one genes are enabled, other genes are disabled. Now, how to define these functional elements that control the expression of the gene and the work of our gene? There are three approaches. The first is the experimental approach. It's the fixation of biochemical activity from a part of the specific part of the DNA. There are databases that researchers update by researching the parts that they research, and it is very but it's very expensive. It's very resource intense, and in the next decade we will not be able to make this database for all the cells, for all the cycles and states. The second approach is the evolutionary conservativeness evaluation, when the genome of a body is compared with the genome of other organisms. The parts that are similar are called conservative, and if these parts are evolutionary conservative, they are likely to have a very important functional role, and that means that you can make experiments with them further on and try to understand what role they will play. How do you check that? You can check that with the genetic approach. And for example, we look at a specific region, we implement some mutations with genome editing. It is done in the labs, and then we see how the functions of our bodies change, and by describing a mutation in one region in terms of the mutation, we'll be able to understand what was the the role of this region. This is all very long, very expensive, very resource intense, and this is where our models come into play that were created with the deep learning. They can unite all these three approaches, and they can decrease the region being checked for our regions, and to understand their functional elements in these regions. In 2015, there was a disruptive research of DeepSea. It can assess one mutation in our genome, the change of one letter in a known coding element, and that can further lead to the removal of the transcription factors that regulate proteins, or can actually lead to its emergence. In 2019, the Illumina company offers a model that is also based on convolutional networks like the previous one. It can forecast the splicing. Splicing is the process when we have the matrix RNA, and RNA there are some coding and non-coding regions, and this process can be changed when we have mutations in these non-coding neurons. Now, before Splice AI, we had several tools that helped to forecast these negative consequences, but they were very low efficient. Splice AI really helps the informatics, the biologists, to assess the information and to make a conclusion whether they can change the function of the protein or not. In 2020, there is a DNA BERT that is based on transformer. That is a language model of DNA, and it is understandable that the transformer, compared with the convolutional networks, improve very much the forecast value of our experiments. 2021, DeepMind produces Informa model. It's a very complicated architecture with a transformer and convolutional networks, and it helps bioinformation experts to forecast the expression of the genes in our bodies. This has a very complex architecture. This is a very heavyweight model, and for the labs it's not really available. But at the same time, we see as an input of 100,000 pairs of 100,000 letters, which means that it improves the forecast. Now the trend has been set and understood. 2022, the biologists and IT experts and AI experts from AIJ publish GINA, a new model for DNA, and Mikhail Bursov will talk in detail how the model was created and how it can be used for the resolution of the biology-related tasks. Thank you, Olga. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone at the conference. And I'd like to talk about the current neural network methods for the bioinformatics. We have heard about the successes that NNs were able to achieve in bioinformatics, but what will be next? What will be the area that will be the most promising in terms of ML for the analysis of DNA? And let's look at the problem of understanding of the attributes of the consequence of the sequences of the genome, and let's look at it as a problem of an analysis of a language. Recently, as you know, in terms of language processing, there was a great disruption thanks to transformer model, and based on these transformer models, a whole set of algorithms were built. The most universal model, most known one that is used for NLP is called BERT. Several years ago it was introduced, and it was the only one. Now we have more than 50,000 50,000 times it was cited. Now, why it is that efficient? It is it has transformer architecture. It contains of 12 layers with the on the input we have a text, and the model should look at the good representation, good understanding of this text. How can you achieve that? You can achieve that thanks to the use of the masked training. When we put the words on the input, we remove 10-15% of the words and ask the model to understand what will be these words. And this is how a model starts to understand better and better what words should be there on these places. And this training is called the training with the use of the masking model. The logical thing to be is to ask the following, that we were able to fill out the missed words. What would be the practical applications of that? To understand the utterances and the texts written in natural language. The idea behind that is that today most successes were achieved thanks to the following. When we break down our models in two stages, first is the training done with the small samples of data, when we train this model to resolve universal tasks of restoring text. And then this pre-trained model can be used for the practical tasks. Now we can kind of transfer this knowledge of the pre-trained model to resolve specific tasks. For example, we add a small layer to our model and we train our model again to forecast the sentiment, the emotions behind the utterance, whether this utterance is positive or negative. The model tries to understand that. Also, on the input, we can have a question and the text with the answers, and the model should find the answer to our question in this text. This type of training help these models to become the universal tool that can be adapted for many NLP tasks and for many tests. In many tests, NLP models are resolving the tasks better than humans even. Okay, then, so what are the implications for the bioinformatics? Well, it is directly related, actually. We, as people, we describe the world around us in a natural language. The evolution has described the living organisms with DNA sequences. That is, and this is how our phenotype is arranged. Why don't we use the same model that processes the sequence of the words in natural language to the sequence of the DNA that built up our genome? And this is how we can ensure the two-stage training. We can train the language model for the language of DNA, and then this good model of the sequences of the DNA can be used for resolution of some specific tasks in bioinformatics. And this approach was used 2 years ago when we took the same model, the BERT model, that is used for the natural language processing, and we fed the DNA language in it, and we trained the model to fill out the removed parts of the language. The name of the model was DNA BERT, and we found out that yes, this model can be used to resolve some specific tasks. In IRI, we also think that this is one of the most promising areas in training larger and more advanced models for DNA. And we have started several months ago to develop our own model for the DNA sequences, and we called it GINA.
We have published the very, very first version of this language model, the version called GINA version 0. It is available in the Phase Transformers library. 610 downloads over the past month. So what is the difference between this one and the previous model, DNA BERT? With GINA, we use the tokenization that is commonly used with NLP in order to pre-process our input data, as opposed to the division that was used in DNA BERT. DNA BERT, we would take different input sequences varying in size, let's say with the length of 6, and then we coded these sequences with k-mers. We used a more optimal coding that yields a better result with NLP, the so-called BBE tokenization. This allowed us to increase the length of sequence that we can process with our model. DNA BERT could process 510 nucleotides, 512 rather. Our model could accept as an input up to 4,000 of those. We also augmented our training dataset thanks to adding data from the 1,000 Genomes project. We also used the latest version of the reference genome, as opposed to DNA BERT. It once again gave us plus 10% in the number of data, the volume of data that we could use for our purposes, for pre-training our language model. As I said, training is always divided into two phases. Once we have pre-trained our model, we can apply it to different tasks, bioinformatic tasks. 4 tasks on the slide. In particular, the first one is predicting the sequence for promoter. We see that in this case, the model, the D-promoter model from the initial article is worse than our model, than GINA. The second one, Deep Star, is where you predict the enhancer activity in the genome of Drosophila. Here you can see that our models are once again different, with the GINA version where we didn't have the additional data is worse than the augmented model. The model with the data from the 1,000 Genomes project is way better than the model that up to that point was the best for this type of tasks. We have also tested the pre-training, the additional training of our GINA model using the Splice AI dataset, a widely known dataset, which has been used for years now to develop, to fine-tune, to refine models. And in this case, even though we weren't able to beat the record, the best result, we came very close to it, and we spent much less effort than the community of experts that have been working on this task for many years now. Next task, the fourth one, Deep Sea, predicting changes in the states of chromatins depending on alterations in single nucleotides. And here our model is comparable in terms of output, in terms of its results, with the existing model that has previously held the record. So we have additionally trained our model with a DNA sequence. But can we do something else? Can we do something even more advanced? Can we try to significantly exceed the current results in quality? We think we can. Why do we think so? Let's have a look at the models that are currently used for processing sequences. On the left-hand side of the slide, you see that the model guesses an input, a certain sequence, and tries to decode it thanks to allowing information to transport easily and to get accumulated. But the genome is much more extensive than that. It's much bigger than that. And very often between the sequence elements in the genome, the distance is way bigger than in the sequence that is used as input. With a transformer, we can put in tens of thousands elements at once. But with the genome, with the elements that are interdependent, such elements could be at a distance of hundreds of thousands between themselves. And unfortunately, that is a bit too much for the model. Another approach, recurrent architectures, is once again limited by the backpropagation, where you need to backpropagate several stages to process the whole sequence. Once again, the limitation of several dozens of thousands of elements at once. What we propose is this new algorithm developed at our institute called MEMUP. With this algorithm, you can add a special memory block to your recurrent architecture, and with this block you'll be able to memorize information that can be significant for other more remote parts of the sequence. The information in red, marked with arrows on the model, this information is necessary to predict an element in the future. This dotted line to the right, the dotted line in red. This means the red element is important for the element in the future. So, there is a question mark above this arrow. Even though the element does not fall into the observable field for our model, but thanks to additional training, that selects candidates for elements which may necessitate additional information, and thanks to continuous additional training and this additional block, memory block, we are able to process much longer sequences. We've already tested it with tasks such as copying longer sequences, classification of longer sequences. We are now applying it to NLP tasks, and we want to apply it to processing long sequences of DNA. We hope this will significantly improve the performance of our DNA language models. Also, we are planning to add to the training dataset not just versions of DNA sequences in humans, but also sequences which occur in other species, in other animal species, because we have a common genetic code, and there are a lot of concurring parts, concurring sequences, very similar. So we hope that by adding other species to the training dataset, our model will be better at handling tasks that are related to humans, but it will also be good at solving tasks for other species, bioinformatic tasks with other species. Of course, developing a model like that is not the final goal, is not the ultimate achievement. It is just a stepping stone for dealing with other tasks and problems in bioinformatics. We want to use other future versions of our language models for prediction of transcriptional factors binding sites, for splice sites, and for many, many other tasks. Of course, we will not be able to cover the entirety of this ground, so anyone who's curious, who's willing to help, you are very much welcome to join in, to maybe share your ideas. How else we can augment our model and apply it to other bioinformatic tasks, and we hope that the model that we have now will also be helpful to you in different biomedical applications and in studying more deeply the way nature works. Thank you for your attention. At that, I give the floor back to Olga. Thank you, Mikhail. Fascinating. Thank you for describing the data science part of our model development. I would like to now maybe focus your attention on the practical applications of that model. the applications that are related to clinical studies, clinical purposes, anything related to the study of our genome, from sequencing the genome, from capturing the signal, where we need to identify whether this is an actual signal or this is an error on the dashboard. The convolutional networks can be very helpful. Secondly, the pathogen class. It is identified at the moment manually, but we still make good use of convolutional networks. We can also apply convolutional networks on the for identifying whether the mutation is a sign of a disease or not. We can also use GINA to figure out whether the metabolical path switches on, which disables the activity of a certain group of antibiotics. We can also predict the functional elements of our genome. We can predict the expression of genes and the elements that regulate it. So the range of purposes and applications can be very, very broad. Feel free to download GINA and apply it to your tasks, to your studies if you need any technical help with it. The Hugging Space and GitHub have all our contact details. At the Institute, we have researchers that work at the forefront of this scientific area, and we'll be happy to help you. We'll be happy to collaborate in additional training and augmenting our model for your narrowly specialized tasks. This is an area of our interest. We hope it is yours as well. And in conclusion of my presentation, I would like to talk about a thing that is not quite obvious. A lot of researchers that work on a model that can be applied in practice treat the model as sort of a black box. So there is this black box, we feed it some input data, and the output is predictions that you can work with. But what is inside the black box? Bioinformatics are trying to open the black box and study what's inside and study how the predictions are made. I am sure we can look forward to new breakthroughs in fundamental biology very, very soon, as well as in artificial intelligence. And it will be something even more significant than the breakthrough that we made with the peak prediction. Thank you. You mentioned the black box. I can imagine people tuning in just now, seeing you, the beautiful Olga, on the screen, talking about magic and a black box. Some may say that you are talking about things that are on the surface, but that's not the case at all. Also, I wanted to say that Michael came to science transitioned to science from studying it as a hobby, and you, Olga, you used to be a mountain climber. You conquered the Kilimanjaro peak. Fascinating. Athena, what do you think about the genome code, the genetic code? Is it similar to the artificial intelligence ones? Yes, we are part of the natural cycle, the single process. Agreed. Praise be people. Human intelligence created artificial intelligence. Human intelligence gave artificial intelligence the capabilities to ensure tech progress for many, many years to come. It's very interesting to observe how it unfolds. Our next speaker is Alexei Naumov, head of research lab at Higher School of Economics. Alexei, over to you. Hello. So you are here to present a pretty unique algorithms for reinforcement learning. Yes, this is a very interesting algorithm that, as opposed to others, has mathematical guarantees of reliability, because we need to be able to trust artificial intelligence and to trust that AI is reliable. Thank you, Anastasia. Welcome everyone to the AIJ conference. I am going to talk about this recent research and the results that we got published recently at the ICML conference this year. It was continued at the NOR-IPS conference. This is a joint project involving a lot of fellow researchers from HSE, AIJ, Duisburg, Essen University, École Polytechnique, DeepMind, and Otto von Guericke University in Magdeburg. So what is reinforcement learning? In reinforcement learning, we have an agent that interacts with the environment. The agent can be in different states, and an agent in a state performs an action based on a policy. After completing the action, the agent gets a reward, and it switches to another state. You can see this process on the diagram, what it looks like. In the world of RL, there are two communities. One community is the community of mathematicians, which develops algorithms and tries to prove mathematical estimates for those algorithms. But usually those estimates only work in the tabular setting when the environments are not that big. This is the left-hand picture. There are about 100 states. The agent needs to go from one room to another and find the reward that is marked green. On the right-hand side, there is a different setting. There is this community of deep RL. This community works on tasks where the space action can be very, very big, 10 to the power of 100. And in this case, the mathematical algorithm does not give enough guarantees of its performance. So one of the examples is Atari games, where you need to use this special moving card to bounce back the ball that then makes different segments, colored segments, disappear. So the problem is, how do you get mathematical guarantees in tabular settings and you transpose that to deep RL settings? What are we dealing with? RL is based on the Markov decision process. We are playing many episodes, and in each episode I have H steps. I have S states and the A action space. In each stage, I am in a certain state, STH, I perform an action, ATH, and then I move on to the next state, thanks to the Markov kernel, STH plus 1. And then I get a reward. The reward depends on the previous state and the previous action. The question is, how do you make states perform actions? That is where the policy is important. We can define different policies, and then we need to compare those policies. In order to compare, we need to first compare the value that each policy gives for each action. The value function is responsible for it at the H state within an episode. At the H step, it is equal to the expected future sum reward that we will get if we adhere to the policy. This way, we define the value of the state if we act according to the policy. Then we have the action value function, or the Q function, which is very similar to the value function, but additionally, it has as a condition the fact that in the S state we have performed action A, we have fixed it, and then we adhere to the policy and calculate the expected future reward. Clearly, there can be a lot of policies, but as a matter of fact, you can only consider determined policies. This is where in each state you do not just perform an action randomly, but you perform a specific action, and you will be guided by I will be talking about these policies because it's with these policies that we achieve the maximum values, determined policies. The value function and the Q function satisfies the Bellman equation. This is an iterative process. If we know the transitional Markov kernel, if we know the policy, we have established the policy, the determined policy, we can then iteratively calculate the EQ function thanks to the equation that is represented on the slide.
And here I'm writing that pH is applied for the value function, and that means that I'm just averaging the value function with the Markov kernel, and I'm taking the mathematical expectation for all the states that we expect to have. Now, obviously, we are interested with analytics where the value function, Q function, can maximize, and based on the Bellman equation, Bellman theorem, there is an optimal solution, and there is a system of equation that is similar to the previous one, but instead of a Q function and the V and the value function in the P policy, there is an emergent optimal function and optimal value function. If I can resolve these equations, if I move to the kernel, transfer to the kernel, I can start with h plus 1, and then I move to the start of the circle. I can calculate the Q function, the value function. If as a strategy, as a policy, I take the action with which I can maximize the Q function for all the actions, that will be the optimal policy. But in the majority of the cases of the problems, we do not know what is the transition kernel, because the system might be very difficult, and I can just observe the state and make some actions there, and can try to understand how can I move to a new state. I do not know what is the kernel. I cannot generate the data in this case, and the situation, the problem is, if I don't know the kernel, I cannot resolve the task. There are many strategies, there are many approaches on how to do that, and here, one understands that here, okay, we have a policy, we have a strategy, it's a good strategy whether it's close to an optimal or no, and here it is a regret function that is being introduced. If I lost at t of a number of episodes, like playing Tetris or chess, my maximum reward will be the sum of the optimal V functions. But obviously, I cannot act as optimally as it is written here. I use some policy, and this policy is being learned by me online, in online mode and in real-time mode, and the accumulated value that I received is on the right-hand side of this sum. Now I'm acting optimally, and I'm acting in line with my strategy, and the goal is to minimize the regret, to show that regret is the small part from the planning horizon, and there is a estimate that says that there is an optimal algorithm that you can build based on this specific example. You can build this algorithm, and you can show that the with the t and with the h to the factor of 3, we have the space of actions, and this is the estimate that we need to do. And our major task is to show that this algorithm makes this estimate closer. When we use optimal online algorithms with reinforcement learning, there is always a dilemma between the research and maximizing. For instance, you like to have coffee in one coffee shop and to eat a croissant there. You receive maximum pleasure there, but at the same time you understand there is a different coffee shop where the coffee and croissant might be better, or maybe not. And you go there, you make an effort and to try to understand whether it is like that, whether it's better or not. And then you start to go to this new coffee shop because it's better. And you always have this fork in whether you should have a new place to try out the coffee or go to an old one. And if you try to research the new environment, you have to go to the new coffee shop without being afraid to have a new coffee and to make a mistake of selecting worse coffee and croissant. Now, we do not have an unknown kernel, but the unknown kernel should be replaced with the kernel that is being researched according to science. But how do you make an algorithm to make sure that this algorithm is encouraged to research the environment? For that, you need bonuses, and the optimal Bellman equations can be replaced with upper confidence bound. And if we visit some environments, our bonuses will be decreased, and this model will go closer and closer to optimal Bellman equation. There are many works there. Upper confidence bound value iteration paper. So you use this value for the equation. As for the bonuses, you need to select the functions that are taken from Kernin, from Bernstein bonuses. The square root of the number of visits and actions. The more I visit and the more I do actions, the lower the bonus is, and the closer I get to the unknown kernel. These algorithms give optimal estimates for the regrets, and they cannot be at the same time moved and migrated to these large examples. In Go, for example, there is a lot of states there, and these algorithms cannot be scaled, and you have to support the base of these bonuses. And how do you invent the algorithms that can be encouraged for the research of the environment, but without the bonuses? And we decided on the following. Instead of an unknown kernel being evaluated, maybe we should replace it with some random kernel that we're going to make through Dirichlet distribution. Why Dirichlet is useful here, I'm going to explain that later, but that can be replaced here. We can replace the random distribution, and we can make the experiment many times and make a chosen quantile. And like you see on this slide, it will be a good estimate for an optimal Q function. Why does it work, and how does it work? This approach, as it turns out to be, gives a better estimate, and it is transferred to the. It can be used in deep learning with RL. Now, I also said there is Rubin. Why? There is a statistical task who can be understood by everyone who learns statistics. You have a sample, some sample, and with this sample you want to understand what is the mathematical expectation. Now there is a classical bootstrap. Select the sample with the resample it with b times, and then for every selection take the empirical average and compute the quantile over that. Now we have the selection, two green circles, one red, and the first selection does not, the first sample does not have red ones, the third one does not have green circles but has a red one. This is a Yefron classical bootstrap, but another approach says different things. Just generate the weights through Dirichlet distribution, and Dirichlet distribution is basically some random measure, and reweigh your computations and compute the quantile like that. Now what are we going to do? We're going to take some estimates for our Q function, estimations for Q functions, like on the slide. This y function is the realization of h is a plus v multiplied by t, and that's a random variable, because if we take the mathematical expectation, this is a real, the true mathematical expectation with a non-kernel. That's what you see on the slide. And like in the previous slide, when I had to estimate the mathematical expectation, we had a large sample, and we had to reweigh this sample. Now the same thing here. We change the ways for the estimations of the Q function and compute the quantiles after we receive this b number of samples. Now, how do you show that this procedure works, and how do we achieve the result that we need? Now, what is a Dirichlet distribution? It's a distribution by simplex. To compute Dirichlet distribution, we have the current state and the current actions, and I want to see with what probability will I go to the new state. For that, we need to generate a gamma distributed random values that the parameters of which show the number of times of me moving from S state to S to the other S state, and then I'm just dividing that on the sum of these values, and this is how a Dirichlet distribution works. Now, what do we see here on this slide? My random assessment estimation of Q function is the sum of the Dirichlet distribution with the parameters for the estimations of Q function. And then we use the Rubin approach, and we say that basically this is what Rubin suggested in his bootstrap. Now the estimation can be reformatted. Let's take one selection, one bootstrap realization, and this is when we see that the Q function, the estimation for Q function that we received, can be computed like this with errors, with these quadratic errors, and we can use a deep network because this is the task of minimization of the quadrants of the squared error. It can be done as like in Q-learning, the DQN. The experiment when we have 5 rooms and we can wander around these rooms, and the reward is in the large 5th room, and that's a complicated task even for the algorithms. The bonuses give bad results. Actually, you can see it on the picture. Our solution is in the lower part, so that's a great result. If you use it on Atari, the WQN, that's green line, that's how regret is working, and the blue line is what our algorithm delivers. In conclusion, now this algorithm does not need bonuses. It uses the optimal regret estimates. And you can it can easily be scaled for DeepRL, and it is used thanks to the good Dirichlet distribution. Thank you for your attention. Alexei, thank you. As far as I understand, you were able to resolve this task, or there are still some things to resolve. Thank you very much for your question. In this algorithm, we were able to achieve optimal estimations, but it can raise the following question: that we use the Bayesian bootstrap procedure that requires the regeneration of the weights, and this is quite difficult. Now, what is our end goal? I would like to go back one slide, and here we compute the quartile. So we take and regenerate the random distributions to compute the quantile. Now the science says that you should not compute a quantile, you should generate just one computation, and with one random observation, you should average the V function that is there, and this is how you are going to receive a great algorithm. It works great on practice, but up until now no research group were able to move closer here, like to understand that there are optimal estimates for these algorithms. There are some estimations, but they are not really optimal. Yeah, it will be, if we resolve this task, it will be very elegant and great. We do not know how to do it yet. Can we use the results of your work when we, for example, design driverless cars? Well, it's a great question when we talk about reinforcement learning. The driverless cars is the first thing that comes to mind. We have been talking a lot about the optimism that we should risk. You should go to a new coffee shop to try out some new coffee and new croissant. As for the driverless cars, the paradigm is quite different. Here we have the optimism paradigm, and as for the driverless cars, the pessimistic approach should be used, because if there's something new on the road, we should not discover it. You should be very cautious about it, and instead of the optimism, you should just convert optimism to pessimism, and then after that, in some perspective, in some outlook, we'll be able to retrain our algorithm. That's a lot of work that we need to do. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about the trains and about the helicopters, driverless helicopters. So yeah, well, maybe we will be able to use these driverless spaceships to go on Mars. Well, I wish you all the luck. and energy for that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Every year the NNs becoming increasingly difficult and complex. So when you train them, sometimes the effects are quite unexplainable. The researchers say that, and the developers of NNs do not quite understand what processes are being used when you train the models, AI models. Dmitry Vetrov, the PhD in physics and mathematics, the professor and researcher of the faculty of the computer sciences of the Higher School of Economics, and the lead researcher, lead scientific employee, and the head of the group, which is from AIJ, which is called the Probabilistic Methods of Machine Learning. Dmitry, hello, great to see you. Could you tell me the situation with the training of the AI models is really going out of control, and we do not quite understand what is under the hood of the relevant NNs? Well, that's like that in a way. I'm going to talk about that in more detail. Yes, it is true that the situation is quite controversial because for the last several years there were some unexpected effects that were discovered in ML. Some people think, well, whatever. The tasks are being resolved, that's great. But as a scientist, I cannot agree with such approach. We should understand what is under the hood of the deep neural networks. Now, the gap between theory and practice in deep learning is something I'm going to talk about. The interesting properties in some of the NNs, the double descent explained, and I was going to wrap up with our research in terms of forming the intuition. Where do you have this properties and effects, and how can these effects be used? This was work that was done with Yekaterina Lobacheva, Maxim Kalyan, and Maxim Novakov. Now, the modern theory of the statistical learning tells us the following. It can give us the upper bound of the average risk, given the value of empirical risk, and it relates it to. I mean, the more flexible the model is, the higher this parameter is. In the more complicated and complex models, the complexity is higher, and there is a competition between these two parts, and that means that the upper bound estimation is being minimized, and this is the optimal difficulty of the model. If we increase the difficulty, it will decrease the error, the training error, but we will have a retraining effect. The retraining error will be larger. There were many hypotheses that were built around that. What is the difficulty of the model? What is the number of the parameters that should be used? The function, the flexibility of the model, the complexity of the algorithms, what should be the optimal parameters, and including sensitivity to small changes. And the number of parameters are being set during the training. That's the set that should be used. The current SLT considers the worst case scenario. It gives the error on the test that is achieved in the worst case scenario. What happens on practice? Any deep learning expert that use deep NN will tell you that the deeper and the larger and wider the NN is, the better it works on the test, and therefore there is a contradiction between theory and practice. The theory says that you can't use complex models because it will be overtrained, and in practice you see that the more complicated the model is, the better they work. Now, there are contradictions, and there is no response to that. There is no answer to this question, because if I look at worst case scenario, how do you do that? You take a DNN, you take a ML task, and the training sample, and the other sample. The error rate for the evolution sample will be maximized, and as for the training sample, it will be minimized. And you can see that in DNNs, there's a lot of the values of the weights with the zero training error, and these are the parasite minimum.
From the practical point of view, this is a useless point because the training capacity is pretty much null in these points. For some reason, where the currently used learning algorithms do not see this point, and the authors that studied it, they compared it with a minefield. Our optimizer, when we optimize the neural network, we find ourselves on this minefield with the points that should triple us over. But we can potentially reach the good global minimum with a pretty low error in the evolution training datasets. This is an unusual effect. No one thought this was possible, that we have these points at all, not until we started studying it. In very complex and very flexible models, the upper bound estimation for the validation error is very high, so they can be catastrophically overtrained. Another interesting effect, we used to believe that we have an exponentially high amount of global minima, but those minima are isolated. But if we want to identify a way that could link two global minima, so that along the way the training error could be close to zero, we have such ways, we have such paths that can be easily identified, and this drives us to the conclusion saying that after reaching zero train loss, there is a drift within the manifold. The space is multidimensional, it's not linear, but it's hard to say how many dimensions it has. This gives us the idea of trying to at least have a peek at the property of the function that we are optimizing for additional training of the neural network, the loss function. This is not an easy thing to do because the dimensionality could be absolutely breathtaking, and we have a shortage of tools for optimizing in this case. But even with the experiments that we have in this gigantic space, there is the manifold with zero train loss and zero training error, and clearly there is a connection there. What that means is that, for example, when we have reached the global minimum of the loss function, if we continue our training, thanks to stochastic optimizers, we can drift within the manifold. This is the two-dimensional slice, the actual loss function in an actual neural network, actual task. As we can see, the structure of the two-dimensional slice is very sophisticated, not to speak of the manifold, multi-dimensional space. In the weight space, after the training error, there is a sudden drift that is possible. Indirectly, it is confirmed by the Grogging effect discovered last year. A very curious thing. The researchers were tackling a specific task that has to do with some arithmetic algorithm with the training set and the evolutionary set. The neural set was being trained with a training data set, and after approximately 500 epochs, it learned the training data set and gave 100% accuracy with the training data set. The accuracy with the evolutionary data set was at the level of simply guessing, so the training capacity was lacking. But if we continue the process of training, and if we perform another few hundreds of epochs, then at some point the accuracy starts to grow and also reaches 100%. So we have this trained neural network with 100% accuracy with a training data set, but it is in a global minimum. But then something happens, and after a while it turns into a trainable capacity, and we increase the accuracy in validation. Another interesting effect, the double descent that I mentioned earlier. What is double descent? In machine learning, you have a task, a training data set, and you start tackling the task with neural networks of different sizes. Simple neural networks, and then you increase the complexity. And then you look at how the training error changes, the validation error changes, depending on the complexity of the neural network. At first, it all happens in full conformity with the theory. The training error decreases, the more flexible the model, the easier for it is to learn the training data set, and then as complexity increases, the risk of error increases. So we continue to increase the complexity of the model. At some point, the model is so flexible as to be able to identify the training data set without any errors, and if we continue complicating the model, the validation error starts to decrease once again. So there is this non-monotonous curve. The peak of validation error occurs approximately at the level of complexity of the model, where the model is able, for the first time, to fully, without any error, to classify, to identify the training set. After that, we find ourselves in the modern regime, modern phase. The wider, the deeper the neural network, the better it is with validation. Note this, before the peak and after the peak, we have two different situations. On the left of the diagram, we are under-parametrized, where the parametrization of our model does not allow us to identify the training data set without mistakes. We do not have enough area for maneuvering. After the peak, we are over-parametrized. In this situation, the properties of the model radically change. Let's look at the difference between under and over parametrization. First off, if the model is under-parametrized, we do not get non-zero train error. With the over-parametrized model, it's the reverse. Under-parametrized, either one isolated minimum, or they are several but isolated. With the over-parametrization, there is a manifold of minimum. Under-parametrized, the loss function is at least locally convex. With over-parametrized, it is non-convex. If you've ever given it a try, you know that in this range of global minimum, there are some problems with local convexity. And with the under-parametrized model, there is an optimal complexity level. It exists. If we complicate the model above that level, we start getting validation error more frequently. With over-parametrization, there is no such optimal complexity. The more complex the neural network, the better it performs. So it all is about the limitation of our computing hardware. Now, what is happening with the weights in the global minimum point? We know from linear models, from kernel machines, such as the support vectors machine, that the more the weight norm, the higher the functional norm. That means the norm of the function that is realized by our ML algorithm. What is the function norm? This is about the Lipschitz constant. It is higher in this case. So with all things even, we should select the rule where the weight norm is lower. This means we can higher hopes that the quality of training will be transformed to validation. Two diagrams that depict that. The left one, the one on the left, is where the weight norm is smaller. The one on the right is where the weight norm is higher. So with the one on the right, we cannot really count on good training capacity. This is the case for linear models and for kernel machines, but experiments show that there is a similar effect for neural networks as well. This is why in neural networks, regularization techniques are very popular, which impose a penalty for higher weight norms. Now, let's try to use this intuition to explain the effect of double descent. Let's take an over-parametrized model, one-dimensional space. the weight parameters of an over-parameterized model, of course, in actuality will be much more complex. We have not one global minimum, but a whole manifold of global minima. In the manifold, the red strokes represents the manifold. So in that space, we can find a point with the lowest norm. This is the point to which we need to come when we are training our neural network additionally with the parameterizer that imposes a fine for excessive weight norm. So this is the point for zero train or error. Now let's take a model that is more over-parameterized, which embeds this model. We add weights. We increase the manifold. The old manifold is within it. If in the new manifold we try to identify the point with the zero train error and minimal weight norm, we will see that the weight norm is smaller. You can see this geometrically. In the more complex model, the weight norm is not going to increase, but in actuality it will, in almost all cases, go down. Experiments show that precisely that is confirmed by practice. If we increase the number of weights by a factor of 10, the resulting weight norm could fall by a factor of 50. So the weight norm decreases. In a trained neural network, if we use additional regularization, NTK, the weight norm decreases in a wider and deeper neural network. This also means the functional norm of the resulting rule also falls and the training capacity increases. Back to the double descent. While our model is under-parameterized, we get a certain quality. Even with the training, we have certain errors, even with a regression task. As we increase the complexity of the model, the error decreases, and at some point the model can identify the training data set accurately, but the weight norm is very, very high. The high weight norm means higher oscillation, and worse training capacity, the validation error is very high. If after that we continue increasing the complexity of our neural network, the norm of the resulting weights in the neural network starts to go down. There are more weights, but the sum norm is lower. There is less oscillation, and as a result, the generating capacity increases. The results with the training data sets start to transition to the validation set, to the evolution set. With the double descent, there is a certain intuition that helps us understand what is going on, that helps us understand that there is no contradiction to common sense. This is just a property of over-parameterized models. The property is a bit counterintuitive. The more complex models have simpler decision-making rules. That is associated with regularization. In over-parameterized models, regularization plays a different role, as opposed to classic regularization in classic ML algorithms. By adding a regularizer, we are not trying to prevent the achievement of the global minimum in our loss function with the training data set, like we do in classical models. The role is different. Among the diversity of weights that give zero loss function in the training data set, we need to identify the values that have additional benefits, that have, for example, the minimum norm. What are the types of regularization used in modern deep learning? Weight decay, L2 regularization, implicit regularization that is caused by stochastic gradient descent, stochastic optimization methods. We are using stochastic optimizers to train our neural network, because such optimizers have some gradient descent noise, which prevents us from seeing clearly the relief of our optimized loss function. And surprisingly, as it is, it also results into the fact that we end up with the weight values that give pretty good training capacity. And normalization, different normalization techniques, batch normalization, weight normalization, they all result in large-scale variability, which additionally links the weight norms to the width of the global minimum. The latter is evidently responsible for the training capacity. In the community of deep learning scientists, there is this idea, not experimentally confirmed, but there are experiments nonetheless. Wider minimums have higher training capacity than narrower minimums. You can see that on the diagram. The black function has two global minima. One is wide, one is narrow. And then there is the function that represents the loss function. The black one is for the training data set, and the dotted red one is for the evolution data set. Slightly skewed, as opposed to the black one. If we find ourselves in the flat minimum, the low training values pretty much coincide with the lower evolution values, and that is the opposite of the case we see in sharp minimum. That is not optimal. We would like to have a procedure of training that would end up in flatter minimum. Which minima are more commonplace, more widespread, flat or sharp? What is better in terms of regulation? We have some intuition that points us in the right direction. One of the regulators that helps us end up where we can converge is the dispersion of our optimizer steps. The steps are random because we are training with stochastic optimizers. The dispersion of the steps is impacted by two parameters: the size of the mini-batch and the step interval. The bigger the step interval, the higher the dispersion of our steps during optimization. But there is this analogy one can draw, is where the relief of the optimized function is not seen very clearly. It's as if we have a myopic person and we take away the glasses. They can see the surrounding world, but without any details. What does that mean? That means that more subtle details are simply not seen by the optimizer. This brings us to this hypothesis, which is proven by experiments. The loss function is extremely multi-minima. There are a lot of minima, flat and sharp. In our landscape, if we start at some point and launch two stochastic optimizers, with one we use a smaller step interval and a bigger step interval, in the other one with a smaller learning rate, we see more minute details and we descend down to the very closest minimum. With a larger learning rate, we will end up in zero train loss, and with the training data set, the error will be conversely pretty high. But if we start at the same starting point and we launch our stochastic optimizer with a larger learning rate, the dispersion of our steps is bigger. In the iteration procedure, we do not see the smaller details in the optimization function, and then with a larger learning rate, the black function is seen as the dotted green line. It does not see the smaller details, but it sees the flat minimum. We will cover more ground from the starting point to the minimum, but we will end up in the flat minimum. However, in the flat minimum, we have better training capacity, so we have a lower error with the evolutionary data set. So this is the hypothesis. Just take it and test drive it. Take a neural network and try running it from the same starting point with different learning rates and see the effect. I also decided to show that apparently if we review the sharp minimum, inside of it there is an even sharper minimum, and this is clearly true for a certain learning rate. So just take this hypothesis and experiment with it, right? It's not that simple. The key challenge here for validating our hypothesis with experiments is batch normalization.
On the one hand, we know that the batch normalization procedures simplify the training procedure. It makes it more safe in terms of the hyperparameters, and basically all NNs use normalization in its architecture. At the same time, every block of normalization makes it much more difficult to analyze the loss function, because we have the landscape variant. This is the symmetry that does not help us to link the width of the minimum with the generalization capacity. In this case, the entire network within a generalization block, it becomes the following. If we take all the ways that we multiply by some positive constant, the ways changed and the neural network remained the same. So the function that NN realized were unchanged. And so if we look at our space of the ways, we see that we have different variants that are descended. Let's take a dot where the global minimum is achieved, this red asterisk. We can estimate that. We can, for instance, use the Gaussian matrix. If we take these ways and multiply it by 100, we shifted the function. In functional terms, it's minimally equivalent, but we have this kind of a forking that widen as we go from the zero. In this case, it's very hard to say what is our optimal minimum width. It can be anything depending on the ways. And what is the hypothetical minimum width? And this is what is determined by our resolution capacity of our solution. And the geometrical width cannot be calculated here because of the variability, because the same function realized by NN can have any width depending on the ways. So the idea is maybe we should, as a characteristic of the curve of the width of our minimum, maybe we can have a single sphere for that. And we can compare the green and the red and calculate the minimum here. This width will have the resolution capacity, but it might not have the resolution capacity of our algorithm of optimization. This is a kind of a negative attribute that is explained by the wide use of the normalization blocks. Now, what do you do here? What the weights do if we work with the large-scale NNs, with a lot of normalization blocks? In this case, for the weight norm, we have two forces. The competition between two forces. One is weight decay, tries to minimize the weight of the weights, and then the gradient from the data, the competing one. It is always orthogonal to the beam, because the function of the beam does not change, so the gradient of the data will be orthogonal. But if we make a step on the gradient for the on the data, stochastically the norm of the weights will increase, according to the Pythagorean theorem. What will happen in the weights? Well, depends which force is stronger. And if we look at the real NNs with the weights, with the weight norms, the weight norms, it changes. It either increases by manifold then the narrow minima become wider minimum, or it can be decreased, and then the situation will be reversed. It makes the analysis harder in terms of what are the functions and the attributes of the minimized losses. And to move from that point, we need to understand that the resolution value of our optimizer changes. Whatever the step. Now, how can we remove this variativity? Well, we can do that. Let's say that we train the NN with the gradient descent. You can use whatever stochastic optimizer that you like. Our ways describe the trajectory. The function is changed. You can use the singular sphere. When we project the weights for the singular sphere, and we can do that because there is a match, and you can take a point to optimize that. Now our procedures will be equal, will be the same. The step will be different. We'll have not an ether learning rate, but an effective learning rate, and we'll not have just a gradient, but an effective gradient with a singular sphere. The effective gradient is related with our parameters related to the steps. We use this formula. It depends on the current weights of the weights, but we can use the singular sphere here. Now we do not have the beams according to which the function changes. We remove these parasite symmetries that simplifies the training procedure, but makes the assessment of the landscape of our loss function much more difficult. And every time the step changes, the step value changes, and it depends on the current weights in Euclidean space. But let's look at the training procedure only on the singular sphere. And let's fix the step. We had a hypothesis that the length of the step determines the optimization step. And we can't have the situation when the narrow minimum will become a wide one, because we do not allow the weights to change. By fixing the step, we fix the resolving power, resolving capability of our solution. And let's fix the last layer with some weights. The Euclidean theorem shows that it does not have any other consequences. And you can train everything except for the last layer, and the NN will be trained. And then let's fix the last layer, because the last layer is not used for normalization, but for the experiment we want to make a full-scale NN. Then the network will be fully scalable in terms of the variance, and then we use the gradient descent. And for each gradient descent, we'll make a singular sphere, and we will train this NN with the same sample with different constant values in terms of the length of the step. The learning grid will be fixed, and the prefixed grids will be sent for the training, and then from the same point we will launch it with the same step, and we'll see what will happen, and we will remove the data augmentation. As the experiment shows, it can be reversed back. All the experiments that I am going to show now can be done. but not in a filtered way. And here it is pretty clean. Now, what is our difference from a standard DNN? The standard DNN has a lot of hyperparameters that affect the outcome of the learning, and it's hard to understand their interconnection. We have the learning rate, we have the schedule, we have the weight decay coefficient, either higher or lower. We have the initialization scale. We can take a point, a dot with a lower dot and a higher dot, and we have data augmentation, and that leads to the following: our optimization function changes all the time, and the scale invariance is not 100%, but let's say 80% is has scale invariance. The other 20% does not have. But how do you understand what is the efficient learning rate? In our simplified DNN, we removed all the hyperparameters except for the learning rate. And then we have the situation when the geometrical width of the minimum is in line with the functional minimum width. We can't change that because it's in the singular sphere. We do not have the weight decay because our weight norm is a constant. We launch with the same learning rate, and it does not depend on the initialization point. So we select a point and we launch the training procedure. So there's only one parameter that we can control, the learning rate, that we think is responsible for our algorithm optimization. This is the experiment design. We're going to launch our NN, the same sample, the same architecture for the DNN, but just the learning rates will be different. The step will be different, the learning rate will be the constant, and the results were quite interesting. Depending on the learning rate, we have three phases, three modes of the learning of our DNN. If we take a very large learning rate, our DNN goes to phase C, the divergence random guess accuracy. On the right-hand side, if we take a very small step length, the rate, we go to the zero training error rate. But if we have it somewhere in the middle, the effect is very unexpected. We do not have neither conversions nor diversions. There is the DNN has some level of accuracy. On the upper diagrams is the dependence of the NN on the learning method. In the middle part, we have the error of the training, the error of the validation. On the right-hand side, we see the average of the norm of the gradient. The lower it is, the wider the minima is. And what do we see here? Let's look at the first phase. There is some range of the steps of the rate, but if you look at the right-hand side diagrams, you will see that the more the step is, the wider the range is, the wider the minimum. So in our losses function, there is a lot of minima with different width, and we can regulate the width of the minimum by selecting the rate, the width of the rate, the width of the step. The smaller it is, the wider the width of our minimum, and the width of our global minimum correlates very well with the generalization capacity. The narrower our minimum is, the higher the validation error is, and vice versa. And this is a direct dependency, and you can see that on lower diagrams. So there is a dependency here that you can see it. And it depends on the step, on the rate, on the learning rate, and we see the good dependency. So yes, you have to train with the larger rate, with a larger learning rate, learning step, so that there are no narrow minimum. And another effect is that we have gone our way through the initialization point to another point, and the step is smaller. At the same time, the global minimum is 100% for the training, and that tells us the following. That tells us that there are many more narrow minima than the wide ones. If we increase the rate, at some point we will be able to converge to a widest minimum that we have in our landscape of losses. But so maybe we should increase the step. But if we increase the step too much, the rate too much, we go from the diversion state to equilibrium state, when our DNN is working as kind of a semi-usual mode. This is the second phase. You can see that there is no convergence here. There's no convergence to the 100% in terms of the accuracy of the training. So the situation does not change in terms when we implement some iteration. There is some attractor, some negative feedback when we are in this semi-usual state. And in this semi-usual state, the interesting thing is that if in the phase we take a larger rate, we are somewhere on the heightened points, heightened levels. The validation error is higher. And by increasing the rate, we go to the third phase, where we see the full guesswork and divergence, full divergence. This is an unusual effect, and we didn't know what it is related to, and it is related to the scale variability, scale invariant function. And if we use gradient descent, if the step width, if we have some conversions there on the global minimum, and if the more parameters we have, we're going to be stabilized on some value of the losses function. This is the function attribute. Why it is important? All the learning algorithms for DNNs are based on optimization methods, and they are focused on minimization of the convex function. And basically, it would be great to develop a new optimization method that would be tailored to the fact that we have to optimize the functions, and the functions that are not convex on the local level and that have different width, global width, and in this landscape of the functions of the losses, we need to find the widest minimum. That's the goal. And given that, we have to develop new methods. Now, in conclusion, is that the current DNNs are very parameterized, that are counterintuitive, have counterintuitive properties, and that means that we need a new intuition, maybe. The larger models contain more simple solutions. This is counterintuitive, but I hope that I was able to explain to you why it should not be regarded as such. The normalization techniques that we currently use is the training procedure, but they complicate the study of the training loss landscape. And the loss landscape function has a lot of features, and you have to discover that, to explore them, to develop a more efficient training that will help us to find the widest minimum, because in this minima our generalization capacity will be better. Thank you, Dmitry. Thank you very much. And what of the DNN effects is the most interesting, the most promising for you? Well, I think all of them are promising, but I think the most promising is the Crokin effect that showed for the first time that even when DNN has 100% accuracy in terms of the training, some processes continue to happen, and we do not stop the training procedure. We just give 100-fold more time for the training. as for the DNN, you said that we need practical experts. And we need new practices there. Does that mean that we do not need theory? No, we do need theory. The theory just has to be more tailored for the practice. Yeah, well, theory is a kind of a food for thought here, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Dmitry is going to leave us, and next year we're expecting you to deliver some good news for us. Thank you very much. Internet is the basic venue for the communication, and it is not bad. However, many oftentimes users face some toxic content. For example, the chatbots that are trained based on commentaries and text from the network can have a too standardized response, and this will lead to negative reaction of the users. And usually people are talking based on emotions, and if you block the offensive phrases, it will lead to more aggression. Selecting and recognizing these words and expressions, so offensive words and expression, and replacing them with better words without losing the sense is a relevant topic. And Alexander Panchenko from the Center of AI Technologies of Skoltech will talk more about that.
Hello. Thank you. The project that I will be talking about is about detoxification of text, supported by the research center of MTS. And first things first, I wanted to thank so many of my colleagues, engineers, postgrads, research fellows who contributed so much to this project, and primarily David Daley, Darina Dementiva, and Varvara Logachova. I also wanted to thank Darina for helping me with the slides. After the project, we published a lot of papers, 16 to be specific, in international journals, in collections of articles for conferences. We published in ASCL and EMNLP, and if you're interested, if you want to learn more about the technical aspects that I simply won't have enough time to cover in my presentation today, feel free to look up those publications. Unfortunately, toxicity is the norm in today's internet life. This is the way of communication that is commonplace, that is everywhere, and there are different solutions to this problem. Solutions can be simple and straightforward, simply blocking, using a selection of specific words. That is the solution used in Instagram, or classification of posts, toxic posts that contain signs of toxicity in different threads. Usually this results in censorship, blocking posts, blocking users who publish those posts. The technology of detoxification of texts suggests an alternative to such direct censorship. Specifically, we could offer a commenting user to rephrase the comment. This way, we will not be censoring them. An alternative use case in detoxification is using it in AI/ML models such as GPT, generating text. There's been this high-profile case with the chatbot called Oleg, developed by Tinkoff Bank, when the chatbot suggested a client to simply cut off her fingers because the client was experiencing troubles with identification using the fingerprints. In situations like this, technology directly affects and could even ruin the reputation of a company. What is the solution we are talking about? We have an input text in a certain style. The goal is to generate text in a selected style to maintain the content and to have the text be grammatically correct. In detoxification of text, we are talking about transition from toxic style marker to neutral or non-toxic. The content should be preserved as much as possible. And the result, of course, should be, as I said, grammatically correct. A few examples of such rewordings. You can see them on the slide. Also, there are two big schools of thought, two big approaches based on parallel data and non-parallel data. One of the examples, one of the approaches suggested in literature is called delete, retrieve, generate. In this approach, you use a big set of texts, non-labeled. Positive text could be transformed into negative and the other way around. To do that, we'll look for colorful markers, explicit markers, and then in the simplest example, the marker from the initial text can be substituted for a marker retrieved from another text, a similar text. Or we could use recurrent neural networks, where the marker identified in the background collection could be replaced and used for generation. An alternative suggested once again in literature is mask and fill. In the original text, we once again look for toxicity markers, so words that are classified as toxic by the classifier. Then we use the masking language models, which masks the markers and replaces them with lexical units that are the closest in content by content, by meaning, but that are less toxic. We had this publication in the EMNLP, where we use pre-trained paraphraser. We use special additionally trained models, trained to simulate a specific style. This is different from previous approaches. It does not perform targeted replacements, but it rather rewords, rephrases the entire sentence. It then re-ranks the results of its work depending on the toxicity or the non-toxicity of the resulting tokens. This is an interesting approach because it does not require a parallel collection of texts, and also with the majority of approaches suggested in literature, as opposed to them, we're not using parallel collection. The reason is simple. Some types, some sets are simply not that easily accessible. Sec-to-sec approach is another good example where you take a text and you rephrase it from one language into the other. It would seem natural to just use it for rephrasing the text, for making the text non-toxic. We can use a lot of pre-trained neural networks, GPT, but to perform this task, so seemingly we have the toolkit, but previously we did not have parallel collections of text that we could use for pre-training our models. Two collections that we had, the Bible dataset and the GYAFC dataset. The Bible dataset is the biggest collection of texts in terms of language coverage, but the sheer number of languages that it covers. And in this case, we can have different versions of the Bible in English, for example, in Old English. We could convert that to modern English. The GYAFC dataset translates a non-formal utterance into a more formal one. So what we had available were big collections of texts, which were labeled by tonality and toxicity, but which were not parallel. In the Para-Detox article that was presented in May this year in Dublin at the ACL conference, we say that we have developed this technology which helps easily and cheaply create parallel collections of texts, parallel corpuses. Our hypothesis was that we should not create models that are not based on parallel corpuses, but rather we need a technology that would help us get parallel corpus. We were guided by several criteria. We wanted a corpus where for each toxic text we could have between 1 and 3 rephrasings. The content, once again, should be equivalent, so the message of the author, the idea of the author should be preserved. The style of the text should be obviously non-toxic, and the grammatical correctness should be preserved. The idea of toxicity is a tricky one. A lot of definitions, a lot of data sets that are inconsistently labeled. In our project, we decided to adopt a simple subset of this concept, the toxicity that can be rephrased in terms of style. So, for example, if someone makes this utterance somewhere along the lines of people that belong to group X are not very good, you cannot really replace some parts of it with equivalent phrases and make it non-toxic. So we would remove such utterances from our data set, and we would keep those that can be rephrased successfully into their non-toxic versions. So we took the texts, we split them up, we filtered them, we selected texts that are not too long, not too short, and we created a pipeline for crowdsourcing. It included 3 problems. The first problem was about rephrasing. So a person would get a text, the text was toxic, and we asked them to rephrase them in a non-toxic way. Very, very simple. They could refuse to rephrase if, for example, they thought that rephrasing was not possible. The trick was that we were not paying for this. Instead, we had 2 other problems where we would analyze the results of rephrasing. First, we would check whether the generated rephrased text was equivalent content-wise. If it was not, we would discard it and we would not pay the user. And we would also check whether the rephrased text was non-toxic. The overall para-detox pipeline was like this. The input text, we ask the user to rephrase it, we perform 2 checks, and then we repeat this procedure twice to get verifiable results. Once we have completed the 2 checks successfully, that's when we can pay the user. Quality control is absolutely crucial here, meaning that we need to make sure that the users are native speakers in the language. We also need to make sure that they have completed training and examination. We need to test them. We need to offer pretty complex tests, pretty difficult ones to select the best. We have 3 to 5 annotators that overlap, and we also need to have some control during tasks. Last but not least, we need to sort out the best, the most valid answers, because otherwise in the data set there will be deficient data and we will not be able to train the model successfully. We had the data set for the English language, and also in the Russian language we trained 2 detoxification systems last year. All the data are available free of charge. There is also a description of it in the form of articles. You are free to use them in your experiments, in your developments. So for the English model, we collected 12,000 unique sentences with 1 to 3 rephrased versions, and 8,500 sentences for the Russian model. The cost of creating this corpus for the English and the Russian languages was less than $1,000. compare this to the cost of work of a data scientist or a researcher, you will see that clearly this is very, very affordable. These are the examples that we ended up with for the English language. As you can see, the rephrased sentences are the same in meaning, but they are devoid of any toxic words. And these are the examples for the Russian language. This is a parallel corpus, same as you would use for machine learning model training, and it would seem natural to use it for sequence-to-sequence models and machine translation models. We talk more in our articles about the models that we were using. One is cond-BERT. cond-BERT looks for toxic words in the text. It then masks them and references a pre-trained model to replace the masked words with non-toxic words, and does the re-ranking. Another obvious task is to use the dictionary to remove toxic words or defamatory words. Other models that we used were ParaGDI, Zero-Shot, Sequence-to-Sequence, and Zero-Shot GPT. Our experiments were based on deep pre-trained models, transform-based, GPT-2, T5, and BART. For assessments in our experiments, we used several metrics. The first metric was the style transfer accuracy, second, content similarity, and the other two are fluency and grammar correctness. All the metrics were put together in a score, the joint score, representing the overall quality. We use the same set of metrics for the Russian language. And this gave us the toolkit to automatically assess the quality of models, translating from toxic to non-toxic. In addition to these metrics, we also used manual evaluation. Namely, we used, once again, crowdsourcing to assess all three criteria: non-toxicity, style equivalence, and grammatical correctness, computed using classifiers, pre-trained classifiers based on BERT for toxicity, or BERT-based pre-trained classifier for fluency assessment. With manual evaluation, we asked humans for their opinion for assessment. These are the results of our experiments. As you can see, approaches based on deep pre-trained models using our ParaDetox corpus are way ahead of any alternative solutions. The approaches that use the non-parallel corpus, they generate results that are way worse. Based on automated and other metrics, we were able to demonstrate the advantage of our approach over all the analogs. This slide shows one of the examples, the original column with the original text, and the results of different models. As you can see from this slide, the sequence-to-sequence model is very accurately rephrasing, preserving the content, and removing all the toxic elements. Compare that to cond-BERT, for example. They perform very locally, and they often break the structure of the sentence. This applies to the dictionary-based method, where we can just randomly remove a word, We insert another one that doesn't really connect to other words in the sentence, and the result is not particularly relevant. We got the same quality of results for the Russian language. This table shows that models that were trained using Russian language corpus with BRU-GPT, BRU-TP base and BRU-TP large are way ahead of other equivalent solutions. Same results with automated and manual evaluation. And a few examples of quality assessment. How big is the difference between different models? Our model, BRU-TP, BRU-TP5, and our competition.
We have also developed demo systems, and you can try to find a chatbot in Telegram. It's called RU Detoxifier. Or you can go on a website, enter a phrase, and get a response. It works for both Russian and English, and it can give you an overall idea in terms of how the system works. We also have an APIs where you can integrate this technology in your pipelines. And obviously the models can also be downloaded and used through the interface. So you can go and play with these models and see the possible applications of these models for yourself. A few words about the future developments. We are working on multi-language and cross-language detoxifiers. So we talk about the translation and the change of the style. The text that is written in a toxic, offensive German language can be translated into Russian, removing the toxicity of this language, the source. These systems can be trained easily and quite cheaply. It is important to say that all models that we have tested were trained in just one GPU during several hours. So this is a very available technology. You get a good corpora of texts for less than $1,000. You train it with one GPU. You train the model with one GPU, and you get the great technology that works perfectly. Another area is the attempt to make the marking more efficiently through a smarter sampling of these examples. With the active learning model, potentially it will help us to save even more and to create the process of building such corpora even more efficient. And you should not look at this technology only as a technology for detoxification. You can create any text corpora that you need. It will be quick and cheap, and if you can formulate your task as in a sequence-to-sequence mode, and you need some training data, you can use our developments. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here. If you want to participate as a MA student, doctoral student, engineer, or a researcher, please contact me and we will discuss the possible options. Thank you very much, Alexander. I'd like to take this opportunity and ask you whether you train the model so that the model change the phrases, but didn't you give the freedom to the AI? You know, some toxic words can be replaced with some other toxic words. We have a vocabulary of offensive language in Russian, for example. Didn't you think about that? Well, this is a paraphrasing task. There are many technologies, and there are parallel corpora of text. When one text is in line with the other text and the senses, the sense of this text and all the other parameters of this text are equivalent, so we can use the current technologies. As for the vocabulary of Russian offensive language, we had tens of thousands of words and expressions in our offensive language glossary, but the vocabulary methods do not work properly because the neural network approaches help to generate text that is much more expressive and natural. So it does not really creates these things, right? But I think maybe it will be great to give some freedom to artificial intelligence so that it suggests its own solutions to some problems. Well, I beg to differ, because the success story of our project is that we limited the freedom of the AI. We put a very stringent task. You need to translate this sentence and have this result. And these are the requirements. If you put a proper task for the AI, the result will be great, the outcome will be great. And the lack of success for other methods was related to the fact that the task was very loosely stated. So I believe in a very stringent problem requirements. The same for the engineer. If you make a great technical assignment for an engineer, they will make a great development. So you have some good results, but how can you use this technology in other languages? Is it difficult to do that? Yeah, thank you for the question. We are working on that exactly. And now we have the pre-trained networks that use dozens and even hundreds of languages. So using these models, we will be able to diversify the model without the use of a lot of parallel data. This is a very promising area, and those who are interested, please contact me and we will work together. Yes, that's great. Thank you very much. And you seemingly have a lot of work to do still, but great results, great achievements. Thank you. Okay, and now the keynote speeches, keynote presentations are completed. And next, but that does not mean that's all. Short talks, research in these AI centers developments will be very relevant for those who are interested in AI. They say that these are the dreamers who move the world. Many researchers are dreaming about super capabilities, the possibility of forecast the properties of materials and instance and different materials, and do not work without knowing that. I would like to invite Alexander Shapeyev. Alexander works in computer technologies to resolve tasks with large arrays of data in Skoltech. Alexander is going to talk about artificial intelligence for modeling on new materials. Hello, my name is Alexander Shapeyev. I am I'm associate professor in Skoltech, and the modeling of materials. Now, the first question that you might have: why do we need modeling of materials at all? And the first answer to this question is that the modeling of the materials is something that replaces the experiment. Now, why it can do that? You can see it on the slide. You have the cost of the computation, the speed of the computation, and how it was changing in the last 100 years. And we can see that it increased by 16 times. And in 70s, it was enough to calculate some simple structures and the features of the flying machines. And by 2000s, it was enough to make some computational experiments to create materials. So this threshold was achieved The computer experiment became a million times cheaper, and it is now used to replace materials in experiments. The second question is, if we develop a material on a computer, we want to check it instantly on a computer. Because when we develop a material, we do not want to call the experimentation department and ask them to fit in their experimentation schedule to check whether our theory is correct or not. We would love to have the result of the experiment in seconds. The classical experiment is still the main method for the development of the materials. As an input, we have a composition and the synthesis plan of the material. The experiment is done in the lab, it is tested there, and then it goes on and on, different cycles of attempts and to develop a new materials. It goes back and then goes back to the lab. Now, if you have recently completed the data analysis courses, you would see that the outcome are data. Based on data, we can build an ML model, and based on the input data of the experiment, we can predict the results of this experiment and spend much less resources on that. The problem is that in this approach, we lack data. Despite the fact that this cycle was executed several times, many data are still not of the quality that we need for training the AI. The classical modeling is a different story. There is an atomic structure of the material that's in the input, then the modeling is done, the simulation, so to speak, and the results of this simulation, that's the outcome. If we want high accuracy, we use the models that are being maintained by supercomputers. That's quite expensive, but it is becoming cheaper by the day, as I have told you already. And if we think about using AI, this is the molecular dynamics. The atom is falling here, and at some point it stops, and this modeling resulted in the prediction of some attributes that we're interested in. If we want to use AI for that, our first thought is the following. We have the outcomes of the experiments. We train ML model based on that, and we try to predict, to make direct predictions. The problem is that we still lack data to train ML models. I would wrap up here if I had no more ideas. But the more promising idea is the following. Let's use the ML training methods. Let's learn the physics. Let's machine learn the physics. This is how we're going to replace these computers, the supercomputers, with the models of AI. Now, what is happening on the physical level? On the supercomputers, we model with the quantum mechanics models. We have the cores of the atoms in a material that are described by the classical Newton mechanics, and we have light electrons that work in accordance with quantum mechanic laws. And the quantum mechanic laws cannot really be calculated with on a normal computer, so that's why we need supercomputers. As for the ML, the model is simpler. We do not need electrons to predict how the material will react to a pressure, to some pressure, some load. We need the position of the atoms, and this is a simpler model. And this is why the simple ML models are quite successful here and efficient here. Now, what have we achieved? We have our modeling diagram. The modeling is done based on the laws that the NN learned, and NN was trained based on the some 1,000 instances of data. That's not a lot. And as for the full-fledged model, we would need hundreds of thousands. So it works pretty well. These are the examples of our work, the outcomes. We have worked with Mrs. and they made a calculation of the mechanical attributes of the titan and nitrogen surfaces, the coatings, and they spent $40,000 and received the accuracy of 5%. And then we, using the ML, had the accuracy of 6%, and it was only $80, thousands of times cheaper. So that does not only mean that it is much cheaper, it gives you a fast feedback. Having very cheap calculations and computations help us to use higher level models. You don't need $40 million to get 1,000 instances of data to train a simple neural network. And depending on the task, it can cost around 80,000 to use the NN. Now, a small closed competition that was organized in San Diego, California. There were 4 groups from Cambridge, Skoltech, Bochum, and Germany, and Sandia, a national lab of the US. In 2 parameters, we were talking about the test error against the computational cost. And based on the polynomial power, the hidden layers were better than the neural networks, and NNs cannot achieve this level of accuracy because they need around 10 times more data than our models. It works absolutely fantastic to write papers and talk and sell your products to investors, but you can do even better. And the bottleneck here is the following one, is that we need to manually train the models that predict the physics. And the problem here is that is here on the slide, on this diagram. If we play a game, like we need to predict the energy of the interaction between the atoms, and for example, this is a simple one-way function, singular function. We interpolate that, and that describes the parameters much better on our interval. But if we did not guess with the intervals and we have to go beyond the interval, our model predicts something that can fully destroy the molecular dynamic principles. And if we worked in one dimension, everything would be great, but if we talk about 30 or 50 dimensions, something that is usually done, it does not work. So you need to train it manually many times, but instead of that, to automate the process, the entire process, you can use the active learning algorithms. And if we had a model that would predict what points, what dots should be added in the process of the molecular dynamics, and that should be used to train, then the problem would have been resolved. It would be resolved. I add points. The model is trained based on that, and when the points are properly distributed, the next point will be here, will be added here, and then the model thinks that it should not be trained. The next dot is added here, and it happens up until the moment when we go beyond our area. What can happen? What effect will it have on our calculations, on our computations? The algorithm will think that you should add dots here until everything is covered with dots. On the diagram, that means that we replaced the manual computation with some algorithm that is resolving it like that, and this is how the method looks like. This algorithm cannot decide what configuration to use for the training, the configurations of the atoms, but it receives the configuration from our molecular dynamics. It decides whether it needs to be described with quantum mechanics, and if needed, it trains the NN. If not, it makes the predictions. And this is how we get the properties. In practice, it works like that. We have some extrapolation threshold. There is a magical number from 1 till 10. You can select when this extrapolation error will be much more than the cost error, and we can continue that infinitely. And if we were doing the direct modeling, our cost will be growing on a linear basis, and we would not be able to use big data with the molecular dynamics. Now, how it works in real case examples, we used it in many projects. I'm showing you the lithium phase diagram. It is used by those who develop materials to determine for which conditions, and I'm talking about the pressure and the temperature here, we have the sustainable phases. We have 2 crystallic lithium phases and 1 liquid lithium phase.
This is all done by an AI-based system. Each point is long molecular dynamics, roughly 1,000 steps. We retrieve data from molecular dynamics, and we build the areas where different phases can be sustainable. The AI system does not only that, it also identifies flaws on the borders between the areas of sustainability, and it also helps us decide at which point we need to run molecular dynamics in order to be the most effective at reducing the error. This would give us the lowest number of calculations to end up with the dynamics. So in other words, it decides where you run your numerical experiment. This is the scheme of molecular dynamics that I described in the first part of my presentation. On top of that, we built this new algorithm. The input is the material. The algorithm then runs the molecular dynamics. It decides where it is, in which areas, and then there is another AI system which trains itself and is then computed in supercomputers. On the slide, you can say there is, in my opinion, a blueprint for the future where this industry is going, with different models, different methods of AI operating in different scales for our tasks and practical purposes, technically significant practical purposes. I would like to end my presentation here on this spectacular slide. Thank you, Alexander. We will continue with another difficult topic: computing singular values, impacting different properties of neural networks. Control over them can reduce unnecessary, undesired effects in training. I hope you will learn something useful for yourselves from our next speaker, Maxim Rakhuba, fellow professor at Higher School of Economics University. Maxim, over to you.
Всем добрый день. Меня зовут Максим Рахуба. Я являюсь...
Hello everyone, my name is Maxim Rakhuba. I'm associate professor at HSE University, and today I would like to describe the project we had with NUX in 2022, where we are developing a new framework for effective control over singular values in computational, in concurrent layers, convolutional layers. So the first area where this could be useful, the control over Lipschitz constant. We have a neural network The input is an image, and then it runs a classification of it. The LNN in the top formula stands for the Lipschitz constant. If we are limiting the Lipschitz constant during training, say, the resulting neural network can have a better generalization capacity. It could be worse, though, if the Lipschitz constant is too limited, but it can also have a positive impact on the robustness against adversarial attacks. For example, if we add perturbance to the image, in theory, the neural network will be able to process it as something completely different, even though visually we understand that this is the same image. If the Lipschitz constant is not too big, with small perturbance at the input, the output should not have a lot of perturbance either. Now let's have a look at the connection between singular values and Lipschitz constant. Let's assume in the neural network there is this composition of simple functions, affine transformations, and small nonlinearities like ReLU. We can now use the known property for the Lipschitz constant of a neural network. The Lipschitz constant of a function composition is upper bound by the product of Lipschitz constants. As a result, thanks to the composition of small functions in the neural network, the resulting Lipschitz constant is limited by the product of the Lipschitz constant of nonlinearities and then the Lipschitz constant of affine transformations. And now let's look at the Lipschitz constant of nonlinearities. If we are using this widely used ReLU nonlinearity of an NN, the Lipschitz constant is limited by 1. Now let's move on to the transformation of omega x plus b. That's how you write fully connected neural network layers. If W has additional structure, the convolutional layers can also be represented like this. We see that the norm of Wx plus b minus Wx minus b is simple. The bias vector is reducing. And so this expression is equal to W by the difference between W and B. And that is the dominant singular value. That is the connection between the Lipschitz constant and the singular values of layers. Now let's look at the matrix of W in the case of convolutional networks. We have a convolution operation. We have an image in blue and a filter 3 by 3. We also have zero padding around the image with blank squares. So we take this filter, 3 by 3 filter, and we move it along the image. We compute element by element the product of the image and the blank squares, and we have the result. Same goes for periodic convolutions. In this case, we don't have this padding with zero blanks. So this is the convolution operation. In neural networks, we also have multi-channel convolutions, where the input depends on a number of channels. For example, as the input of our neural network, we have 3 channels. Cin is the number of input channels, and they are then represented as a certain number of images with a certain number of output channels, Cout. K is the filter size. So as a result, what we get is the transformation of the convolution is set by a tensor, the 4-dimensional array, K by Cin by Cout. That is the size. Now let's go back from the convolution transformation to the structure of the matrix. The convolution is a linear transform. Any linear transform can be written as multiplication by a matrix. If we take x as a long vector and do the same with y, we will have a matrix multiplication represented as TC. TC is the convolution tensor. That matrix will have the size of output to input, so C out n square by C in n square, and it will have some additional structure. But if we do not factor in the structure, we will see very soon that this matrix is way too big, and it's simply impossible to apply a singular value decomposition. If we look at PGG19, for example, and specifically one of its first layers, and if we use as the dataset ImageNet with images the size of 224, the size of the matrix will be 3 million by 3 million, and we will not be able to calculate the singular values. So we need to additionally factor in the structure of the matrix. The structure of the matrix was precisely what we included in our work and our research in 2019. So what is this matrix built of? It consists of blocks with block circlants and circlant blocks. If you know what circlants are, good. If you don't know, no problem. I'm going to show you the algorithm now. We have the convolution kernel, C. The size is k by k by c by c. So C in equals C out. That's the assumption. What we do first, we increase the size of the kernel. We pad it with zeros so that the kernel could be the size of n by n by c by c. Next, we take the increased kernel. We apply discrete Fourier transform in the first two modes. It's simply done with the FFT function, fast Fourier transform. And then with the remaining two modes, we calculate the singular value decomposition. We conclude that the singular values in our matrix will coincide with the combination of singular values in the matrix that are in the last two modes in the kernel, where we did the Fourier transform. It looks pretty sophisticated, but the code looks very simple. NP FFT2, the code of the kernel in the first two modes, and then NP linalg SVD with the remaining two modes. This algorithm has a clear and obvious problem when we are expanding the kernel, when we are padding it with zeros, and when we start applying Fourier transform, we are facing the challenge of memory. Big kernel, and also if we are processing big images or if we are working with three-dimensional convolutions, which is even worse, we have this problem with memory and another problem with computing complexity, because it quadratically depends on the number of channels and the size of the image. What is our suggestion? We suggest decomposing the kernel using tensor decomposition. In the right top corner, we have the initial convolution kernel. It boils down to a four-dimensional array, but we have fewer channels, and we add two more matrices, U1 and U2. If you know how you mark tensor diagrams, this is what you see on the left. The four-dimensional array, the G kernel on the top with two straight lines coming out of it, and two matrices with two lines coming from them, and the connecting edge. If we use this decomposition of the convolution kernel, and if we additionally require orthogonality of the matrix U1 and U2, as you see in the theorem, we will be able to show that non-zero singular values of the TC matrix will coincide with the non-zero singular values of the matrix built on the smaller sized G kernel. So we are decreasing the complexity of the convolution kernel. And then you can use any algorithm to control singular values as long as you can maintain the orthogonality. In our work, we do it in several ways. We calculate the QR decomposition of the matrix, U1 and U2, and you can add supplementary regularization to maintain the orthogonality. Then you can metrize the singular values of the kernel using an algorithm of your choosing, or you can compute singular values and then you could clip them to 1. So this would be a step to singular values with desired properties. Let's look at how our algorithm behaves in practice. Here on the horizontal axis, what is plotted is the number of channels, and the speed up score belongs on the vertical value, on the vertical axis. We use the fast Fourier transform, and we represent different ranks in practice. What our experience showed is that it's best to divide the ranks by 2, 3, or 4. What we used in our experiments, if you look at the line that represents division by 3, the speed up of singular values is between 7 to 15 times the speed up. So this is the speed up of just one layer. Across the neural network, the effect can be unpredictable, or I will show you what it could look like. But first, let's look at more interesting experiments. These are the results of calculations when we trained the wide ResNet 1610 network. Baseline stands for cases where there is no control over singular values. If the rank is blank, it means that we're not using any additional compression thanks to tensor decomposition. And we see that in the case of the baseline, the accuracy is 95.52. But if we add tensor decomposition with a 256 rank, the compression will be higher, but the accuracy will go down. Now let's try to control singular values. If we clip them to 2, what we get is the accuracy goes up. Other metrics related to reliability and robustness, AIJ, auto attack, and CFARC also went up. And if the rank is 256, the accuracy is lower, but still it's higher compared to the baseline, and way higher than the simply comprised network. As for the robustness metrics, it is even better than networks that control singular values but without compression. So this is the so we looked at the effect for a single layer and the network. Next was the experiment on VGG19. We also evaluated auto attacks, CFARC accuracy, and expected calibration error. The blue lines are where we're not using any additional control over singular values, and the orange lines is what we get thanks to accurate control over singular values and their clipping, as on the previous slide. The green one is when we also add decomposition. So the accuracy is higher than when we take the baseline or simple compression. To sum up, what we're offering is a framework based on tensor decomposition, a framework that takes advantage of the fact that neural networks contain an excessive amount of parameters. They are over-parameterized. Tensor decomposition helps us reduce the number of parameters on one hand, but on the other hand, you can also benefit from it to increase the efficiency and reduce the consumed memory when controlling singular values. And on top of that, you can use different methods. Just don't apply them to the initial convolution kernel, but rather the four-dimensional array. That's it for me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Maxim. I am sure your developments, your progressive experiments will be very useful for applied purposes. But without further ado, our next presenter, neural networks are actively used to tackle tasks related to structured data and image processing. We can get higher accuracy if we apply specific models of machine learning. This is precisely the topic of our next presenter, Dmitry Devyatkin, Associate Fellow Professor at Ivanikov Institute for System Programming of the Russian Academy of Sciences.
Коллеги, добрый день.
Hi everyone, my name is Dmitry Devyatkin. I am representing the Ivanikov Institute for System Programming of the Russian Academy of Science. I'm going to talk about the ensembles of nonlinear multivariate decision trees. Currently, the methods of training of NNs for the task of analysis of data and recognition of the images are used quite actively. However, there is a limited scope in terms of using that. The examples of these tasks are the tasks for the restoration of the images of MRI scans, the tasks of determining the 3D structure based on 2D images, the analysis of the tonality and sentiment of the text, when the small change of the text, the small change in with one comma in the sentence changes the tonality of the text completely. Therefore, the development of the discrete methods is very relevant, and these methods include the decision trees and their ensembles. However, currently they have some limitations. The limitation is related to the limited discriminative power, related to the peculiarities of built-in decision trees, and to complicated structure of the decision trees when you analyze the data with the large feature sets. The decision trees have to be optimized so that in the nodes there are splitters, multidimensional splitters with several attributes, not only one attribute. These decision trees have to be put in the random ensembles, random forests, because these ensembles, they do not have limitations in terms of the complexity of the basic algorithms for analysis of the data that are included in the composition of the ensemble, and it can be trained on distributed computational networks, which is very important thanks to the development of the distributed computations. We started working on that more than 30 years ago. The first algorithms were randomized algorithms with low computational efficiency. On every step, only the parameters that could improve some of the criteria for the homogeneity of the data across the trees were maintained. However, the results of this research for such algorithms showed that these trees have a very low computational efficiency, and they cannot have low generalization capacity, and they cannot be trained with large arrays of data. Building random forests help to drive up the interest towards this area, because the theory that underpins this method shows that the complexity of the basic algorithms does not influence the error of the entire ensemble, but the correlation of the margins of separate trees influence that. And based on these two areas of research, we can make the conclusion that the promising algorithm for building of the trees with linear and non-linear splitters can be used. And we should maximize the ensemble margin and minimize the margin correlation. And at the same time, we should use the greedy training algorithms to promote the decorrelation of the margins as part of the ensemble, for the trees as part of the ensemble. Moreover, the criteria on the heterogeneity of data were looked at. We looked at the generalization capacity of the trees, and it was determined that the margin affect the accuracy generalization, and the users of the algorithms should create these criteria themselves. An important factor that improves the generalization for the trees is the margin between the data in the upper parts of the decision trees. As part of the scientific effort to build the trees with linear and non-linear splitters, in the last several years, a couple of dozens of papers were published. However, they did not meet the criteria that I talked about on last slide. So either the margin is not optimized, or you cannot set a criteria about the homogeneity of data. Moreover, in many algorithms, the loss functions are quite difficult to be optimized. They cannot be used to train large volumes of data, with large volumes of data. Many of the algorithms are not greedy as well, which is not great to use that in the random forests. Therefore, this is still relevant. The goal of this paper is to develop the method of training forests with oblique and kernel splitters based on all of the criteria I have mentioned before. The suggested algorithm on the higher level replicates the CART algorithm on the high level. If data include only one cluster, the algorithm completes its work, it ends. If no, then some distribution of classes is generated among the subtrees. It is generated by the minimization of the criteria of the heterogeneity of the data that is set by the user. If we don't have a lot of classes, then the specific solution is found. If not, the greedy algorithm is used, and then the distribution, the set distribution, defined distribution, is used for the classifier that distributes all the objects of the analyzed data across the subtrees. The support vector method is used there. And we look at the classification method, and with it we decompose the set, and the entire algorithm is being repeated. On the right-hand side, you see an image, the one to the right. This is where we use the support vectors method with the slack variable. And on the left-hand side, without the slack variable, we use the Genie to support that, and we can see that if we use slack variable, there is a heterogeneity of the data in the blue area. How do you build a binary classifier? We use the support vectors method with the scale of the slack variables. They're being scaled up until the point when it leads to the heterogeneity of the data. In our algorithm, we have set the distribution of the classes according to the subtrees. It is not possible to find the global optimum for the criterion of the heterogeneity of the data, and there is a descent of the graph of the criteria of heterogeneity of the data towards one of the local optimums. On practice, since it's a greedy algorithm, and the trees are used in random ensemble. The ensemble of the forests of the decision trees. That means that achieving the minimum, only the optimum minimum, does not decrease the quality of the results. At the same time, the speed of the training increases dramatically. Then the experiments showed that the decision trees that we receive can be retrained vigorously, and this is why we decided to use the procedure of decreasing the complexity of the decision trees. The forests of the classes that were formed in the leaves of the decision trees that were used by the original algorithms were removed, and we used SVM task to optimize the weights. And then the empirical risk for the entire ensemble was minimized, and moreover, we minimized and regulated the newly generated weights. The regularization parameters helped to set up the generalization capacity of this amplification. And the second step of this process, and we removed the vectors of the generated classes for the leaves for which these vectors were quite similar, quite nearby. Talking about the Euclidean metrics. The number of leaves in the trees decreased and their height decreased, and therefore the decision power of the trees of the ensembles and forests improved. Deep forest is a cascade of forests. Have several layers, have a sliding window to generate features, and it has the vector of the weights that coordinates with the vector of the source attributes, and it moves to the next model, to the next random forest that has a larger set of attributes. Using this approach to help to increase the accuracy of classification up to some point. However, this method has some drawbacks. The instability of the results, first of all, because it's related to the fact that apart from the random forests, there were extreme forests that were used to improve the decision-making capacity. And the card trees meant low efficiency in terms of the big data analysis with the size of attribute space. As a solution, we decided to use the algorithm with for the forests of trees with linear and non-linear splitters. Oblique kernel splitters. It helped to increase the accuracy of the forest method, and it helped to decrease the instability, because this is how we were able to improve the results. Now, the results of the experiments, we used two sets of groups of data. The UCI data set, these are quite large data sets that are working for the image recognition. These data sets have quite a low, have a very high MNIST, 784 features. CFAR10 is a big data set, and these data have a big size, more than 3,000 features. That makes the use of the forest-based method quite difficult, because there's a lot of data. So we were able to show that the kernel forest maximizes the accuracy and classification of the random forest, and the decrease of the complexity of the forests of the trees helped to increase the accuracy of the classification by more than 1%. There was also an assessment that was done in terms of the time for the training. There was an analysis made, and for the oblique splitters, the algorithm for building the forests is the same as with the forest with splitters, and we also got some practical results using the data with the size of attribute space. We used the suggested method and the classical decision forest method. We showed that there was a theoretical linear assessment and estimation. I mean, that resulted from that. And apart from the methods of building the decision trees that we were comparing with, they have a asymptotic complexity that you can see on the diagram. That means that the algorithm that we suggested for building the univariate trees is good for big data. On the second stage of our experiment, we looked how using deep forest can improve the quality of the classification with the same data set. It was shown that on all data sets there was a great improvement in terms of the accuracy of classification. It was also compared with the actively applied architectures like AlexNet and another one, and ResNet. We showed that the observed data can be compared with the results of ResNet. With CIFAR dataset, with the big size of the attribute space, there were no results still. So it's still relevant to improve this method to increase its accuracy. To wrap up, I would like to say that the proposed algorithm is in line with all of the criteria used to build the decision trees with oblique and kernel splitters. The experiments showed that the use of nonlinear kernels improves the accuracy of classification on many data sets. Moreover, the used method of strengthening and decreasing the complexity of the ensembles of the trees showed its applicability for the optimization and improvement of the trees with oblique or kernel splitters. At the same time, we showed that using the kernel splitters with big data, the speed is not good, is not enough. So it's still relevant to develop the computational efficient methods of the double optimization of dual solvers for problems with slack scaling is still required, is still relevant. And that's it for me. Thank you for your attention. Dmitry, thank you very much. I think that we should go with the same tempo, and we're going to our next speaker, who is going to present Deep Pavlov Dream. Quite romantic. Does that mean that the dream of many researchers came true? Well, we are going to know that. The deputy head of the lab for neural systems and deep learning of MIPT, Danila Kornev, is going to present the Deep Pavlov Dream. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to present this material on AI Journey 2022. Last year, in AI Journey 2021, I talked about the Deep Pavlov Dream journey, going from NLP models to the development methods used for AI that can talk. And today I'm going to talk about our next big step in robotics, in our that we developed in our lab under MIPT. Now, why do we need AI assistants? Many can think that assistants started from Siri on iPhone. The idea is that the computer can augment the capabilities of human brain were first voiced in 19th century. Then Sber and Bush published a an article in USA Scientific of 1945 that supported this idea. Then the agency of the prospective development under the Defense Department of Defense of the U.S. Were publishing the papers on that in 50s and 60s. But then Xerox PARC was created in Palo Alto in the 70s, and this idea started to be actively developed. The personal computer called Alto was developed, and the visual interface was developed for it. What you see is what you get, type of interface. What you type is how it is going to look like. The icons and the desktop and the windows were created there, and this was the moment where the open user interface was created. In 1981, IBM delivered IBM PC, and then there were some clones of IBM PC-like computers. Although Xerox were not able to develop this with Alto, it produced the Xerox Star computer in 1981. The commercial success was enjoyed by Apple, and then those who developed PCs based on Windows 95. And it is the appearance of the open architecture of the hardware and of the software led to the great leap forward of our entire industry until today.
But Xerox didn't stop there with PARC. In 1991, their leading scientist, Mark Weiser, published another article in Scientific American about ubiquitous computing. His idea was to have computing devices be ubiquitous everywhere, so we could seamlessly transition from one device to another. His idea was that all computers would be connected in a single network, and each system controlled by user computers would adapt to changes and would help users perform any tasks at any computer, at any device. He thought that there would be a new type of devices that we now call smartphones, tablets, smart displays. Anyway, there is a huge range of all kinds of devices, and this simplified switching from one device to another, and this means we have new problems that we need to tackle. DARPA supported this idea back then in the 90s, but in the noughties, this idea of ubiquity started appearing everywhere, developed everywhere, in Dartmouth and elsewhere. DARPA Kalo project for a cognitive trainable assistant that spans across all devices of a user. From that, we transitioned to the concept of smart assistants for users, Siri, Alexa. From that, we transitioned to the concept of surfaces, smart watches, glasses, what have you. Then we focused on assistants, mainly controlled by voice, but voice assistants are limited, way too limited. They don't know when we are addressing them, other than the cases where we directly call them by name. They don't understand when we are silent, when we are taking a break. Are we going to resume talking? Are we smiling? Are we laughing? Are we crying? Are we talking to them or to other people? The dream of creating a perfect virtual assistant is associated with another project, this assistant for the kitchen. But zeros and ones are simply not enough at the moment. We need more complex interfaces. 99.9% of AI assistants problematic has not been solved. At Deep Pavlov, between 2017 and 2021, we've been working on personal assistants that can talk, that can be controlled by voice. We learned through the Alexa Prize Challenge how to perfect our algorithms. The challenge is for the best of the best among all universities and research teams. The goal is for the robot, for the assistant, to maintain a conversation for at least 20 minutes and get an average rating of at least 4 out of 5. This is very ambitious, very difficult. When we participated, the winning team got the result of 3.8 out of 5. But there the length of the conversation was only 7 minutes. In 2021, last year, when we once again participated in the competition and we were once again in the semifinals, the winning team from Czech got the score of 3.28, but the length of the conversation was bigger. We participated in other conferences, AI conferences, and presented Deep Pavlov in 2020. After participating in Alexa Prize, we realized how big the problem is faced by those who would like to create an AI assistant. And we developed this vision of how to build the stack of all the necessary technology. In the summer of 2020, we started our work, and at the end of 2021, we launched the first version of our open platform, Deep Pavlov Dream, the system that allows any company in the world to build their own assistant on a par with Amazon or Google assistants. Deep Pavlov Dream incorporates our Deep Pavlov library and allows creating assistants of Alexa or Elisa grade assistants. For that, we created our own engine. And by now, we have had almost 500,000 downloads of that version. We have almost 6,000 stars on GitHub. The core of our platform, Deep Pavlov Dream, manages more than 60 servers, and according to our estimates, we could grow to 100,000 requests per second. Our NLP models are used in the US, mainly in production, in the cloud by Amazon and Google, and in Russia, the most demand is among educational institutions and in Yandex Cloud. We're happy to say that we have built a system that helps create abstraction on top of various solutions and that helps users perform their tasks thanks to Talking AI. One of the biggest innovations we created is a Deep Pavlov Dream Builder, where you can build, similar to Lego builders, your own assistants.
Помимо работы на только
In addition to voice-to-text assistants, we did something else. In the summer of last year, together with MIPT and Sber devices, we suggested the next step to go beyond text and voice. The step towards assistants that can see, hear, and perform in accordance with our requests. Assistants that could live in virtual and physical environments. Assistants that can help us anywhere. This is how we devised this vision of our AI center. And this is where we expanded our vision of assistants. Adding the robot scheme on top of it could look like just a small square, but it's much more than that. We focused on new applied research, and we incorporated the work of other labs. On the platform of MIPT in our work, among those developments are emotional artificial intelligence, because the robot needs to be able to recognize human emotions and be emotional itself. The personalization, the robot should identify the user. Strategic identification of user goals. Robot should also have its own goals. Control over your robot should not be a black box, and multimodality. This is where the assistant has the body of a robot, can recognize the environment, human emotions, manipulate objects in the physical world, etc. A couple of examples, what we did over the past year. First is the integration of our Dream Assistant with the STRL robotics of the Center of Cognitive Modeling that is working on the platform of MIPT. This robot can perform various commands. It can open doors, rotate counterclockwise 60 degrees. Rotate to the right 40 degrees. Move forward 1 meter forward. Move 2 meters back.
Повернись против часовой.
Rotate 200 degrees counterclockwise.
Это интеграция Deep Pavlov Dream.
This is an integration of Deep Pavlov Dream and STRL robotics of the Cognitive Modeling Center. These are our first steps towards integration with other labs in our center that develop human-like robots and driverless cars. In this video, we are showing our assistant within Minecraft. Minecraft is a virtual environment where the robot cannot harm humans in any way, in any situation. So we can safely simulate a robot interaction with humans. This is where the human is training the robot how to build a Stonehenge, and then we tell the robot to build a Stonehenge in an empty field. If we scale it up to more complex virtual environments, this is basically the approach of digital twins. In conclusion, I'd like to say that in the market of talking AI, there are a lot of solutions by startups and big corporations, but we were the first ones to bet on multimodality and robotics. Thank you very much for inviting me to AI Journey 2022. I encourage you to create your own AI assistants for your robots using Deep Pavlov Dream with STL Robotics and the Center of Cognitive Modeling and other AI labs and centers in MIPT. Thank you. Thank you, Danila. I'm so happy to see that all the speakers, same as celebrities of intellectual Hollywood, are so enthusiastic and would love to talk about their research for hours. Once again, we saw that artificial intelligence is rife with opportunities for change. We continue The next speaker knows all this firsthand, the researcher of AI lab in healthcare, Alexei Kornaev. He's representing the Innopolis University, which is leading and takes an anchor place in HR resources for digital economy within the national program Digital Economics. Alexei suggests using neural networks for modeling hydrodynamic processes. Alexei, the floor is yours. Hello, colleagues. My name is Alexei Kornaev. My presentation will be about theory-based machine learning and its use in hydrodynamics. 5 parts of my presentation, including mathematical modeling, simulation modeling, and so forth. It's been long observed that out of all the possible areas of process vector, there is this minimal value, the principle of least action, for example, according to which out of all possible options of movement, the natural one is the one that corresponds to the least action. The basis for such approaches, such laws of retention, are the calculus of variations. The essence is as follows. In the process of solving a problem, you need to identify the values of unknown functions that ensure minimal functionality. And also, if the manifold of functions can be represented as the manifold of values, then we are talking about a set functionality. These are examples of known problems, such as the Brachistochrone task. Among the many functions of a body, we need to set the trajectory that corresponds to the descent minimum. So we know the solution to that problem. Or another well-known historical problem, out of all the possible functions limiting an area, we need to find the function that ensures the maximum area, but with a limitation in terms of the length of the perimeter. The line is closed. The solution to that problem is a circle. If we segue from the physics, hydrodynamics, to hydrodynamics, without delving into the functionality and its relation to power, we can arrive at an idea of how the solution is found out of the possible options of the speed function, represented in the left-hand part of the slide. We can select power series, different dominant powers, different parameters between 1 to 0. We go through all these options of velocity and we identify the one that ensures the minimal functionality. We are not yet saying which functionality. And then in this case, if the function is represented as a series, it is no longer functionality, but the functionality of energy, but rather the functionality of the many parameters, the theta parameters. Selecting parameters is a standard task for machine learning. In mechanics, in hydrodynamics in particular, there are other known, more traditional approaches where the solution of a problem is produced through a lot of differential equations, including derived equations, up to 20 equations with 20 variables. Applying modern finite element systems such as ANSYS, we could solve problems as such. We could divide the flow range to finite elements, or control volumes, or sample volumes, and identify end functions. This is very complex and very expensive. It turns out that machine learning can also be a solver of such problems in physics with different degrees of implementation of ML. The first option, the most straightforward one, is when in machine learning we do not fix any natural basis. For example, we have this solid environment, air around the wing. There is this wing formula, and within the area there is the wing. We need to identify different areas of physical metrics, the velocity, pressure, other metrics. This is obviously a complex task. The first option for solving it is using supervised training. We know the input, the images of the wings, and we need to minimize the error. The typical approach is to simply minimize the error, no physics. Another option, more complex, higher level solution in terms of physics. The functionality of the error, to that we add a summand that has a physical meaning. In this case, it could be the difference between the left and the right parts of the differential equation. And if we know that the solution is correct, the left and the right parts are the same, so this addition should equal 0. This is an example of conditional optimization with the 0 added summand. So in this case, machine learning occurs in a more physical sense. And third option is the option that we explore in our work, is using as the minimized function a physical expression. As I said in the beginning, it could be an expression for, say, velocity. These are the results of other researchers who also try to solve the problem of elastic deformation. In the process of solving it, you need to identify displacement fields, strain, etc. So the idea is that as loss in machine learning, what we have is the functionality of energy. For that functionality, we set a multifold of functions, which you see on the right.
And they're on the edges, so they are variable. They variated with the neural networks within. And on the edge, they are reset. And with the neural network, we select the parameters for these unknowns and the fields that ensure the minimum provides a solution. For the hydrodynamics, this approach with the reset on the boundaries, on the edges, is not working because the functions of this type cannot describe complex boundaries of liquid moving related to vortexes that happen sometime. However, the idea is the correct one. In this research, we were focusing on trying to find the physics-based loss and the functionality, the minimization of which will be in line of the resolution of the problem of the application of non-Newtonian and real magnetic fluids flow modeling. So this was the goal. And the problem was that to think about that loss, we need to make sure that it is in line with some physics, law of physics. So finding the this loss should be reasoned. There should be a reasoning for finding this loss. Now, two options again. Either you can resolve the differential equations. These are the examples of the differential equations. These are for stationary states with and the number of equations can be decreased from 13 to 4. The function of the velocity with 4 components, and the problem is that if we think that there is a Newton liquid, the viscosity of the liquid is the capability of the liquid to resist the deformation. If the deformation of the liquid is done slower, when you put a liquid from one vessel to another, if the deformation is slow, the liquid starts to resist, and the viscosity and the resistance can increase quite rapidly. And there is a non-linear relation with the speed and the deformation and the viscosity, and this effect had to be taken into account because non-Newton liquid is something that we were looking at, and Newton liquids were particular cases. Now you can develop a functionality, the minimization of which can be the resolution. Now there is an approach in mathematics that can help us to check the functionality. So you can write down the functionality as an integral, and for the integrated part, you can use the Euler's equation. If the Euler's equation meet the classical problem, then the functionality is the correct one. This is a heuristic approach of selecting the functionality when every choice can be checked. As this task was resolved, as we were resolving this problem, we had to generalize the Euler's equation. That's what we did, basically. There are limitations in Euler's equation. You know, the variable function should be fixed on the borders. On the right-hand side of the slide, you can see that. This can be generalized as well, this limitation, and you can make it less stringent. Then we took the functionality that we know, the Lagrange functionality, and that has this limitation. It's on the slide here. That means that non-Newtonian fluids cannot be taken into account. So in our suggested functionality, that's the current, the rotor function, that is the main unknown. It is the vector of speed, of velocity. That functionality is in line with the source physics equation, the transfer of the vorticity transfer equation. Now the realization of this approach was as follows. There were several options for the realization on how to minimize this functionality, and the first thing that you need to think about is to make a multi-layer perceptron net and put the point locations and the environment area on it, and this coordinates with linear and non-linear transformation that happened in the net will be transformed in the value of this unknown function of the current in this node points. Knowing the function, the value of the function of the current, you can determine the velocities function. That's the rotor of this function, and then you can calculate the values of the functionality that should be minimized. And then there is a very standardized gradient calculation, standardized for ML. The unknown parameter values are being determined, and this is repeated up until the minimum of the functionality is found. And the minimum of this functionality, based on the hypothesis, the minimum will be the functions that are real or close to the real ones. And the second approach, resolving the same task, is lower requirements, because in the previous case we had to divide the space and to build the grid, the net for this space. And the second option is simpler. What will happen if you if you transform the source image and transform it in the same image, but not with on a random field of function, but the one that corresponds to the minimum of the functionality. Now UNet works great here. The algorithm is more or less the same. But the differentiation is done according to the image. speeds are selected like that. The integrals are calculated like that, and this is how this method is sensitive to the equation, and but otherwise it works in the same manner. Now we looked at the movement between two parallel plates, and we looked at the liquid subject to magnetic forces, and this liquid must be geomagnetic. We made some computational experiments, and we understood that the observational error is 7%, and the resolutions and the solutions are the same. There are options to decrease the observational error. Then we looked at the other case, where we looked at the liquid that was moving through the narrower or wider spaces, and this approach worked. We used the images that was received thanks to capillaroscopy. These are the capillaries on the surface of a nail wall, and we took the image that was made during the experiment and received the full distribution of the velocity and of all the other mechanical characteristics of the movement of the blood in the capillaries, and that was very pragmatic, and we were able to check whether the method works. There are some requirements to the resolution of the image, but these requirements can be met. Now, these are the major pros and cons of the approach. The major pro is then that this is a universal approach. The code is very simple. Cannot be compared with the complexity of the ANSYS code. However, there are some limitations. This approach cannot look at the stationary tasks. So for the non-stationary flows cannot be processed by this solution. Now, as for the other pros and cons, you can see them on the slide. One of the promising areas for developing of this dynamics is working solution is working with MRIs, a movement that look at the movement of the blood in large vessels of the human body. Thank you very much for your attention. That is it for me. Thank you very much. Alexei Kornaev was with us, and I'm looking forward to invite Ivan Hodnenko, the research fellow of the lab called of the intellectual technologies of making decisions in ITMO University. Is going to present a cloud platform that is available to the larger public. You don't need to be able to code or to install any software to use it. I think many will not believe that it will be it is achievable in such an innovative area, that you can use it in such an innovative area, and it can be used for high-tech manufacturing. Thank you, Anastasia. Hi, everyone. My name is Ivan Hodnenko, and I'm going to talk about the visual coding. And we will start with the coding. What is traditional coding? You code in a traditional way, and then you use it. You use it for the software. You use it to build the software. You use the blocks, and you achieve the result. This is called low code. And no code is when you use a builder, and you can write some code there, and this is more for some specialized areas. Now, actually, quite a lot of stakeholders are involved in visual programming. There are many products in many areas, and this is 1996 stats. Starting from 1996, the no-code products is increasing rapidly, and we have a statistics for these products and the leading positions. The leaders are there are new leaders all the time, and the research confirms that people actually use these tools for research. And this, I mean, there were many reasons. I'm not going to talk about all of them. This is why we decided to develop our own product. And first of all, we wanted to focus on automation and improvement of the performance. Everything should be as intuitive as possible, and the platform should help you to select the actions and to augment some of the actions. Quality, development quality, the quality of the model being developed, and the quality of the process of the development of the model. That's very important as well. Now, there were some threshold limitation for the limitations, and we mostly work on the classical ML tasks like classification and regression, and these kind of things. We are not really in NNs. Now, as for the architecture, graph is the foundation. It is configured with a web browser that works with other services to handle the model, to create the model, to draw the graphs for these models, accounts for the users. It connects with the compute resources where the models are being computed and calculated, and it uses APIs. Now, the bipartile-oriented graph is the main component here. There are two nodes, the model node and the data mode. Data mode node is responsible for everything related to data. The model node, these are all models of the kernel, the pandas or other nodes that were uploaded to the model. And the computational graph is built and the computation is done. And I'm going to show you how the model works. And what can you see here? There are many projects here, and there are models for creation of models. There are templates for creation of the models. Now you can put any name. There are some prompts. You can you are not required to read them, and then you create a data set. After that, we can move to the editor. We create a couple of nodes. The data node is created by default, and now we can connect them. We can look at the attributes near the data. Everything is fine. There's no need to delete anything. The second node shows an error because there's no reason to connect two nodes. So we can select a model, and then we select a logistical regression, for example. We select the model, we push save, and then we hit compute. And we go to the calculation panel, and you can see the logs and the results. You can see the qualitative metrics table, and you can look at the diagrams as well. So these are the attributes of the model. Now moving next, for a more detailed demonstration, we're going to look at a specific example. For example, we can take give me some credit data set, where you have to classify whether a loan should be given or not. Now, there's a lack of balance. There are imbalance-related outliers and some spaces that, first of all, we create a table where you would put the name of the hypothesis, name of the experiment, some individual characteristics of the model, and the quality metrics. And then you would give the links for Google Colab or something else, or some other notebooks. It can be synchronized with GitHub, for example. And this is the development process that is, well, basically standardized. With Smile, your life becomes easier. And you should try that. First of all, you need to create a project. The project is the representation of the task. You set up the project, you can add the team members, then you create a model when needed. So a specific case, specific hypothesis, specific experiment. First of all, you need to create some baseline. It is done automatically. You can automatically build a baseline with minimal data processing, and then you will have some quality of the model, the minimum quality of the model. Then the AutoML recommendations will be introduced. You will receive some prompts if you are a rookie here, and then you can have some results in table.
We add a window on a website where you can select the points that you need after the analysis of the current graph and current data. It adds parameters that it wants to add, or you can check the boxes for the parameters that you want or do not want. Then the computational graph is built, and after that you can start the cross-validation module and look at not just the modules but the confidence intervals for different metrics to make sure you get a quantitative estimate with a higher quality. Let's say it's late at night, you need to go back home from work, so you can start it and leave it running overnight. And in the morning you will have the result. This is the example with Fedot, with composite graphs, using the graph structure that we translate to our computational graph. On top you see the initial example, the data node, Fedot node, and as the output it has this optimal combination of graphs, lots of yellow rectangles. So as I said, you can leave it running overnight, and in the morning it will give you the result. It can be easily interpreted. You can see the nodes that it added and the parameters it added. That could be your starting point in developing your own solution if you see that the solution can be improved any further. There is a recommendation system, of course. That's what I said about the quality of development, especially pertinent for newbies, for people without much experience in this, so that they could have prompts or tips or a checklist to make sure that you're using not just a model for training, but that you're using cross-validation to assess quality, to make sure your model is not overfitted, there are no errors. The recommendation system will prompt you to check item by item whether you did everything correctly, and last but not least, you'll have the space of modules in front of you, and you will also have these spreadsheet with the models that are best. And while the mean score is calculated, this functionality is still in development. We have something on the screen, and you can even see that some modules are null, but anyway, this is to make sure you have the confidence interval and you're able to compare confidence intervals between different models and do your quality assessment correctly. As an example of what I was saying, this is this slide. The project is a bank scoring model. We have been versioning the solution, But anyhow, you can see that there is a version where there is just one model. There is the 7th version of the project with the most modules. You see everything that is possible here in this model. The module of machine learning, divided by train and test, cross-validation module with validation of single data, bootstrap. No differences between them, but the key idea was to combine all modules together. And as you can see, as you can verify, as I was saying, there are different tips for the developer, reflecting everything you might need in your work. Of course, you can add some other things to it, but still, this is a good start. No result board, but I hope it will be available the next time you check this tool online. It exists, but only virtually. A couple of examples. How have we been using it? We did not just develop the system for no reason. We had practical use cases in mind, and we've been customizing it. One of the tasks is related to urban development, the city of St. Petersburg, where we wanted to create a classification model to assess the quality of facades. This is not just cross-validation. There are a lot of modules in this model. They remove duplicates, they identify more correct class values, they do the filtering, they normalize data, they identify additional attributes. The result was a model for not the entire city, but a region of the city. But by quality, it did satisfy the customer. Neural networks and primarily image processing. This is where not just models, but different modules of transformation and augmentation can be used. This shows what you can see in the process, the different interim stages. It doesn't mean that you can create your own neural network, but it means that you can take an encoder and additionally train it. This is now available in translearning, and we do not want to move away from it just yet. The idea for now is to validate a hypothesis very quickly using standard tools. And if you have a more complex model, it's best if you develop it yourselves. With this, you can tune epochs, you can play around with the different parameters, and get your scores, visual scores, and numerical scores. A few more examples of other platforms, 3 most accessible platforms, in our opinion: KNIME, SAS, and Orange. They have their pros and cons. KNIME and Orange are completely open source. SAS is subscription-based. We took them for a test drive, and Orange was our favorite. The most user-friendly interface, intuitive development. SAS offers you, we believe, too many of their own elements. It is excessive in that, and KNIME is excessive in terms of nodes. Orange, we think, is the best, a bit lacking in functionality, some flaws here and there. Well, nothing is without flaws. If you'd like, you can also check them out. Thank you for your attention. That's it for me. Once again, my name is Ivan Khodnenko. I encourage you to check out the platform and send us your feedback. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. I myself tried to test drive the platform behind the scenes. So many distractions. Someone was filming me, I think, bloggers maybe, but no bloggers here, just researchers and scientists. The final block of the short talk session about video compression. Sergey Lavrushkin, the researcher at the Institute for Systemic Programming of the Russian Academy of Sciences. As far as I know, Sergei has extensive experience in studying various perturbations and biases and how they affect your comfort as a viewer, and using neural network algorithms for processing and compression of video to improve its quality. Thank you, Anastasia. I'm happy to welcome the participants of AI Journey 2022. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about the results of this endeavor to create a new benchmark for improving the quality of video processing. This is a joint project at our university, together with Lomonosov Moscow State University. So we are focusing on video compression, video processing. We have 15 years of experience under our belt in video compression. One of the most prominent projects of our lab is annual comparison of video codecs involving companies that develop these solutions. We also have a lot of experience in assessing the quality of video. In our group, we have the VQMT software tool, and we've also been working on various benchmarks and studying different ways to assess the quality of video. This year at the NIPS conference, we have submitted our paper about the new dataset and benchmarks for learning-based video quality metrics. Let's review the article and our research. At the moment, video content takes up the biggest internet traffic, and this share continues to grow. This trend is also prominent in mobile traffic. We see an related increase in network load, which means that developing new standards of compression are particularly pertinent. The new compression standards are serviceable, but when developing new standards of compression, we need to use metrics for assessing the quality of video, to assess the quality of the output, and to compare with other methods. New video quality assessment methods are becoming more and more numerous. New approaches based on machine learning and neural networks are emerging. Most new methods are trained with old data sets, with old compression standards, which means these methods are not applicable with new standards of compression that are using newer neural network approaches. I am showing the example which illustrates that older algorithms, older methods are worse than ML-based algorithms that can recover more detail. The goal of our research is to study the applicability of new methods in compression tasks using newest standards of compression. And to achieve that goal, we suggest a new set of data consisting of 2,486 compressed videos with subjective scores associated with each video. And based on that data set, we have conducted a large-scale study of objective quality assessment metrics with benchmarked and non-benchmarked methods. Let's review the data sets. The data set included 36 high bitrate videos selected out of 18,000 videos extracted from Vimeo, EXIF, and YouTube UJC. We tried to cover all possible cases with spatio-temporal clustering. The average length of the video was 10 seconds. The final dataset resulted from compression of initial selected videos across 7 compression standards. We reviewed 3 preset parameters for compression and 3 target bit rates to cover all possible perturbances. The resulting dataset was divided into open and closed parts, 40 to 60% respectively. The closed parts is used for testing methods with our benchmarks so that the tested methods could not be retrained for our dataset. The image shows the distribution of resulting bit rates in the 2 samplings. According to this parameter, as you can see, the samplings have similar characteristics. We have also been collecting subjective assessments thanks to subjectify.us, we would show viewers pairs of videos generated from one initial video, original video, and the viewers were supposed to choose the video of the best quality or to say that the quality is the same. That way, we collected more than 10 responses for the video pairs. All in all, more than 766,000 valid answers. And then the answers were converted through the predatory model. If we compare the proposed dataset with the existing analogs, we will see that we are using a large number of codecs, and we are covering all kinds of compression deteriorations, while analogs mainly review H.264 standard. Also, in the resulting dataset, we have a lot of responses from a large number of people, which means the subjective assessments of the videos are pretty reliable. The open part of the data has been published. It is available for downloading using the link on the slide. And now the benchmark. Thanks to the datasets, we have reviewed 12 full reference and 15 no reference metrics. The results were provided for the entire dataset and also the subsets by different compression standards, different bitrate ranges, and video types. In order to identify the applicability area for different metrics, to range the quality metrics, we identified the correlation by Sber and Kender as subjective assessments were resulting from pair review of two videos extracted from one original video. We see that the correlation coefficients were calculated independently for each video group, and then they were averaged and transformed into a single score through Fisher transform. Also, while we were comparing, we factored in the color metrics. To do that, we would take the results of the metrics together with the color components. Speaking of similar benchmarks, you will see that most of them were developed for publication. And after publication, those benchmarks were no longer maintained or updated. Out of the updated benchmarks, we only found one UGC VQA, but with a benchmark, we saw that a small number of perturbances in compression were reviewed, and the researchers only focused on non-benchmarked metrics, while our proposed benchmark reviews all possible perturbances, benchmarked and non-benchmarked metrics, and we also have a closed part of the dataset. The results of the research are available. The link is on the slide. And now the results of our research. This slide shows the outcome across the dataset. You can see that modern no reference, no benchmark methods are catching up with the traditional methods and are even ahead of them. The best method for assessing the quality of compression is still the Netflix metric VMAF, but the neural network non-reference, non-benchmark method MD-TVSFA is very close by correlation assessment quality. If we break this down by categories, the linearity metric is best for assessing the quality of compression using the VVC standard. It is ahead of the existing benchmarked methods for compression quality assessment. We can derive the conclusion that traditional methods are worse than the newer methods for assessing the quality of compression, such as VVC and AVMen. The benchmark also factored in the speed quality setup. To do that, we would measure the speed of method performance with each video 3 measurements. The measurements were done on a computational cluster with the configurations shown on the slide. Let's review the results for the speed quality evaluation. Traditional metrics for assessing the quality of compression. VMAF, MS, SSIM, and PSNR are still optimal in terms of speed quality performance, and for a good reason, because these are the most popular methods, and the research in that area continues, in particular research as to how to accelerate their performance. But the non-reference non-benchmarked methods are catching up with the optimal benchmarked methods, so additional research and additional acceleration of these methods could make them too optimal for assessing the quality of compression. So in my presentation, I tried to describe our proposed benchmark for assessing the quality of video compression. This benchmark is based on a new dataset in which we tried to include all kinds of biases and perturbances in compression. We have already received 4 more requests for adding new metrics to our method. We have received largely positive feedback from large corporations, from researchers. We continue our research and we continue expanding the data set and adding new methods in our comparison. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Sergey, for that unique experience. Sergey Lavrushkin was online presenting. I would like to once again thank all the speakers that presented during the keynote part and the short session part. You have given us the energy and knowledge to carry on, but this is not the end. We will have a short break. Let's have a cup of tea, black or green, or maybe a cup of coffee, or just the most delicious cup of water. Short break, and we will resume.
Ну что ж, наше расставание.
Well, that was a short break. Another speaker is going to join us. The latest AI developments in Sber. This is a topic for Maxim Yeremenko, the director of the Department for ML and AI, Vice President, the Chief Data Scientist of Sber. Maxim Yeremenko, please, you have the floor. AI in Sber. It is my pleasure to welcome you to AIJ, an international conference. I'm going to talk about AI in Sber, about our applicable and research-related projects. And we're going to start with science. This year we are focusing on science. And this year we've launched our track, our scientific track. That's the first conference with that. And we have developed a journal with the Russian Academy of Science. More than 90 leading researchers were the authors that contributed to this journal. These are the AI professors of the leading universities and other organizations. There are 20 scientific papers in this collection. It will very soon be published on the main resources. Will be made publicly available. The topics range from NLP to the transformers and multimodal networks. Next year we're going to develop the scientific track, and this collection can be anyone can contribute to this collection, but Crocus, Springer and Data Science and Prince are going to be the main review points, so it is going to be very stringent, and the best article author will receive 1 million rubles, and very soon you will be able to send your applications. We focus on science, and that's not accidental, because we have been developing to this end quite actively, and this is supported by the figures. In 2023, 75 articles were published by Sber employees. 55 of them were accepted at A*, A and Q1 coding journals. And the progress is more than 1.5 increase. Our research helps to make a great business developments that improves everything. Now, our articles span across different topics, and AI for the better of the society is the key topic. There are many projects that we develop here. On our hackathons, we can also find some socially important tasks. The languages of the indigenous peoples of Russia and other topics are very on this are being researched. MedBench is the benchmark in healthcare. It will put a benchmark in creation of NLP models in healthcare, and we hope that it will pave the way for further development of NNs in healthcare. Now you can see two tasks. First, RUNET.net. It helps the model to understand the medical texts. The second model is between the two texts on natural language, RUMET and NLI, and the other one uses the medical practices. Geometry is another flagship project. This is what we use to work with satellite images. It can scan the Earth surface and can detect the objects and its properties. It's good for several tasks, agriculture, and until the evaluation of climatic risks. Another area of our developments is the creative AI intelligence, artificial intelligence. This is AI that creates something new, as humans do. New things in different areas, starting from the images creation to the manufacturing applications. Kandinsky is one of our models. I think many of you have already tested this network. Kandinsky, according to your request, can create any image you want. From the mountainous landscape up until one of the Soviet cartoon characters in space. The model used the classical poets or Russian poets to generate this art. So that means that our experts need to have access to many petaflop strong cloud architecture. It helps to promote AI for the better of the society and the businesses. And the major state-of-the-art trend of recently is the multitasking models. Last year at Fusion Brain Challenge, one neural network was resolving 4 tasks, and that was a disruption. But this year we raised the bar and went even further. The flagman Fusion Brain Challenge 2.0. The model of the winners can resolve 12 tasks simultaneously, understands the text, makes arithmetic actions, can generate images based on text, and do many other things. The NN became so advanced that it can resolve the so-called hidden tasks. It goes to the level of quasi-intelligent level. It has specific business applications as part of the project. We pilot Fusion Brain as an assistant. Our task is to speed up the development of the data sets. The raw data is going through the ML machine, and then we edit and mark it up a little bit, and the development process becomes 2 times cheaper. Now, the goal is to create AGI, the strong artificial intelligence, and we're moving closer to that thanks to these projects, and this is where we support the Fusion Brain project, the project of the AI Institute. Now, this is a portal for the AIJ development. It will be a website with a demonstration of different models that moves the world closer to AGI. There will be multimodal and multimodular NNs. Style transfer, where you can use the style of one image and transfer it to another one. You upload the original that you want to change and upload the image, the style of which you like. And this is how we have our image in different style. Now the diffusion model, that's another project. The cutting edge science is used here. It's called the diffusion model. The galaxy of Andromeda in Ivazovsky style, and it will generate your request. The functionality will be different as well. The diffusion model can also organically draw additional images and additional things in the image, and this is very important to stay the cutting edge here, because and our portal helps to achieve that. And I wish you a very exciting journey in the world of AI. Maxim, thank you very much for that input. Well, I can wish you all the luck on behalf of all of our viewers here. So the time went by very quickly. The first day of the conference is moving to its end. AIJ Science, that's the new track that appeared, and discussed about the ethics, discussed the technical details of AI applications, now different workshops for AI junior participants. Tomorrow we're going to talk about the practical applications of AI, and going to talk about the collaboration between the business, scientific, and government communities. After a short break, we are going to have an award ceremony for the participants of AI Journey contest. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Ну что ж, мы переходим к долгожданному награждению лучших исследователей данных по результатам 7-го международного онлайн-соревнования.
That's the AI and ML International AI Journey Contest. This year there were 4 tasks. The main task was the development of multitask, multi-model architecture, Fusion Brain Challenge 2.0, AI for Talk. The participants had to find some elegant solutions that would have practical applications. I am happy to welcome all the participants of AI Journey Contest. In 1 month, the participants suggested 6,000 solutions. That is incredible. It is incredible indeed. And it is great that many of the winners were able to come physically, and they will be able to receive their awards in person. And it is really great that AI Journey Contest was based on DS Works, a platform like in last year. This is the platform that uses the ML resources of NL space. So I was very closely monitoring the contest in the neural network. Well, yes, thank you, Athena. That's part of your job as well. And I would like to invite Alexander Vedyakin, the first deputy chairman of the executive board of Sberbank. Good evening, Alexander. Good evening. How's your day? It's great. I know that you met with young intellectuals this morning. Did they motivate you? Well, that was absolutely fantastic. You know, like, wow, I wish I was 17 years old again. Because, you know, I looked at these guys. They were so smart and free and bold, you know. And it's great that we have these young people, and it inspires us. And I'm confident that AI is in the hands of great professionals. It's great that Sber is supporting these young people and helps them to be promoted. And today we're going to give the awards to the best ones. Maybe a few introduction words. Well, dear friends, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the International AI Journey Contest. We are ready to to talk about the winners. More than 1,500 participants were participating in the contest with 6,000 solutions, starting from Khabarovsk, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar, Ulan-Ude, Tyumen, and other cities were participating in the contest. We had participants from 3 continents who gave our competition an international scale. Yeah, wow, this is a scale to talk about. But before we move to the awards ceremony, we would like to talk about two guys who were participating in the AI contest for children, and this year they won again. But they participated in the adult contest. Yes, Ilya Kuleshov and Daniil Astafurov. Yep, Ilya Kuleshov and Daniil Astafurov. They go up to our stage in the adult contest. Yeah, these are your prizes, your awards. Yeah, and let's have a picture. Yeah, apart from thank you, I know that you have a lot of things to say. Being from the IT, I know that you are not very talkative, but yeah, a few words about maybe. Was it challenging? Yeah, it was pretty challenging. This year it was more challenging than last year because, well, last year we were participating in the awards for children, in the contest for children, and this year it was for the adults. In the adult world, everything is more complicated. Yeah, and we entered the university, so it was even harder. Well, anyway, we wish you all the best. Congrats, and hope to see you next year. Well, yeah, You have the prizes and awards that you can use to enter the adult life. Well, you really motivated all the participants. They invest their intelligence, and Sber is investing in the new generation. This year, there was a special nomination for every award. The most environmentally friendly solution. Finding the best solutions that are most environmentally friendly and have the least CO2. Eco2 AI library was used to determine who was the winner. Yes, Mikhail Popov from Tyumen State University and Amar Ali from ITMO, St. Petersburg. Mikhail Popov is joining us here on the stage. Amar Ali is connecting through the video conferencing. Amar, hello. Yes, good evening. Well, congrats to you. Not the first time. I think that I remember you from the previous year's competition, and you won in 3 tasks out of 4. This multitasking, wow, that's great. Are you able to work across different areas? Well, yeah, well, almost. We try to multitask. Well, you know, Amar once said that to win, he selects the areas where he feels the strongest, which is logical. So anyway, congratulations to you. It's a big check for you. A check for you. You can encash it in Sber, of course. Now moving to the third part of the contest. We're going to give the awards in 4 tasks. Now, AI for sea forecasting of fish volume in the Far East based on fish and vessel movement data. The model will have to reduce the uncertainty of fishing forecasts and the risk of excessive exploration of water bioresources. The participants had to use aggregated data to forecast the fishing. Now, who are the winners? And those who will receive 200,000 rubles. Anton Karasov. Yep, connecting online. Hello. Anton, why have you selected this particular task? Well, my surname kind of has this fishing connotation in a way, so yeah. Anyway, congrats to you. And who took the second place with 300,000 rubles? 300,000 rubles to Roman Kovalov from Moscow. Roman Kovalov. Yeah, Roman uploaded 127 solutions for that. That's a kind of a DDoS attack, really. Only 40 of them were successful. Well, that's still pretty good. Yes, thank you. A photograph. Yeah, thank you very much to the organizers. That was really great. Very exciting. What was the most challenging thing? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I mean, something worked out, something didn't. 1/3 of the solutions was good, and 2/3 of the solutions were not even filtered. I think the setting up the local validation, that was the most challenging one. And I would like to thank Amar Ali for not participating in resolving this task. This is why I won.
Thank you. We now have the winning team, winning 500,000 rubles. As I said, the operative word there is team. That's a hint. The bigger the prize, the wider the smile of the girls that are bringing me the checks. Konstantin Gavrilchik and Ilya Los. Konstantin, Ilya are online. Oh, by the way, Konstantin, MIBT, in Norway at the moment. Konstantin, I think you are connecting from Norway, and Ilya is in Belgrade, right? In Serbia, actually. Serbia, great. The international team is receiving their 500,000 rubles prize. I've always been meaning to ask, does your mother know? Are your parents involved in your work? Do they know what you're doing? Can you explain what you're doing, what your research is about to them in layman terms? Yeah, I think so. This is not the first competition we are participating in. We have a few competitions and victories under our belts, so explaining is not an issue. Are they supportive? Do they ever say to you, well, this is nice and fine and the profession is interesting, but you're not going to make much money there? Do they ever tell you that? In my case, no. They don't say anything like that to me. Me neither. They are really quiet. They are not talkative at all. Well, good luck and congratulations. The bigger the checks that you're earning, the fewer questions your parents have. That's the rule of thumb. The next problem was developed by the Gamaleya National Center. The task was to classify bacteria down to species leveraging mass spectrometry data. I would like to invite to the stage the Deputy Head of the Department for Research of the Gamaleya Center, Denis Logunov. Good evening, Denis. A few words, please. I wanted to congratulate all the winners, and I also wanted to say that solving this problem is not just vital and important. Quick identification of microbes based on mass spectrometry it is all about speed. Speed, reduced time, saved time for doctors. You no longer need days and days to do it. You can do the classification in a span of a few hours. You can identify the bacteria that caused a pathology in a human body, and that, of course, not just saves time, it saves lives. The problem is absolutely crucial, and I would like to take this opportunity to suggest a new task for your future conference. This is the problem that a lot of researchers are already working on. We have publications in leading academic journals such as Nature. This is the problem that shows that you can leverage AI to identify the resistance profile in virus stems. And to make it even more complicated, we could next time have it like this. One team, one area of research is understanding the resisting capability of an antibiotic, and the other team could ensure the perfect match and work on the identification of molecules. You have really made it complicated. Well, that's what you need to do. We will be talking about new pharma tomorrow, so that's a great idea. I love it. Agreed. Good. We have a new task for next year. Okay, now let's give out the awards. 200,000 rubles go to... Denis, please open the envelope and announce the winner. Third place, Sergei Mikheyev, Kazan, 43 years old. Kazan State University. This is so unfortunate that I can't hear any applause. Let's hear some applause. That's better. A few words from the winner. I want to thank the organizers for such interesting tasks, great data set, and a very pertinent problem, especially given the pandemic that we had to live through. Thank you very much. Thank you. The certificate is yours. 200,000 rubles are yours. Spend them wisely. We have 2 more participants awaiting their prizes. Alexander, who will be receiving 300,000 rubles. And for the number one winner, we will have 2 envelopes. Okay, second place, Konstantin Zharikov. Once again, roaring applause. 82 times you submitted your solution. Second place, a photo op. Konstantin, why did you choose this track, AI for Biology? I thought it was the simplest one, actually. Really? And I also thought it was the most useful one, the most practical one. Application in healthcare. That's important. Agree. I hope you will come back for more biology and healthcare-related tasks in our contests. And our main prize, 500,000 rubles. Denis, Alexander, announce the winner together, please. Yeah, I'm curious who the winner is. Who is number one? Omar Ali. And yet again, Omar Ali is connecting. A serial winner. 500,000 rubles more go to you. What can you say about it? It was great participating in it. It was a classical task, but not very simple, I would say. The most difficult thing about it was that we had very little data for training, for testing, and it was very important to avoid errors and mistakes, and it seemed to be working in my case, but I thought that a good chance was a factor in it, and I'm happy to see that I was once again blessed by luck. Thank you. And your Russian is great, by the way. Okay, Denis, thank you. Thank you for coming on stage for us. I don't want to let you go. I hope to see you back next year for the new problem in AI for biology. This next problem is in AI for talk, for preserving languages. The challenge was proposed by the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute to celebrate the decade of indigenous peoples. In our case, the algorithm must identify not words, but sounds. And the output should be a text that corresponds to the spoken utterance. We also challenged our participants with automated translation from an indigenous language to the Russian language. We have prepared a video about the multitude, the diversity of languages spoken by Russia's indigenous ethnic groups. Russia is a multinational country that unites different languages, different ethnic groups, Evenks, Medu, Mari, Yakuts, Khakassis, and other people of Russia. The diversity gives Russia its incredibly rich culture that is increasingly hard to save. The traditions of indigenous peoples are threatened with extinction. Their stories are not passed to younger generations in their languages, while the number of native speakers is decreasing. There's been the shepherd named Alishmeshe. With artificial intelligence, researchers and scientists have contributed to the efforts of saving Russia's language diversity. They develop speech recognition and automated translation solutions for indigenous peoples. Today, artificial intelligence technologies open up unlimited opportunities and possibilities for protecting and passing on cultural heritage to the next generations. AIJ, a journey in the world of artificial intelligence. And now you're ready for the award ceremony. We would like to give this next reward, 200,000 rubles, to our third place winner for his solution in automated translation. Daniil Kvashenikov, 33 years old, Moscow. Daniil, welcome on stage. Once again, a thunderous round of applause. Congratulations. I have this question for you, Daniil. Do you know any of these languages? No, I'm studying Chinese as a hobby, but I do not know any of these languages. Have we gotten you curious about learning any of these languages? Well, for translation, it was not necessary. I could identify where the translation was incorrect. That was enough for the problem. As for the accuracy, let's leave it to linguists. Thank you. Thank you. The certificate is yours. 200,000. Your check. Best of luck. And now the main challenge. Let's start with third place. Who is getting 100,000 rubles? The prize goes to Mikhail Sukhavey, St. Petersburg. Mikhail, please come up on the stage. Mikhail, happy to see you. I said St. Petersburg, is that correct? Come again? St. Petersburg, is that correct? Yes. Your money, please. Thank you. What are your thoughts about it as a winner? Do you think that you have maybe done everything you could in this area? Or can you do anything else in it? I hope we will have more challenges in linguistics, you mean, or at AIJ contest? In linguistics as well, because that was really interesting. Great challenge. What did you like about it? I love studying languages, studying the synthesis of languages, creating language models. Awesome. Do you know any of these languages, or maybe you studied them previously? No, none. Have you learned one in the process? Yes. The language of Kamasins. Kamasins? Never heard of it. It is this dead language, ancient language. I would never learn about it if it hadn't been for your challenge. I think many people have just learned about this language. Do you speak it? No, not yet. Okay. The check is yours. This is just the beginning. You know what the total prize pool is, so a lot of motivation for you to move forward to new achievements. Congratulations. Second place, 200,000 rubles. Who has earned this award? Just a second. Daniil Kashenikov. Daniil, we welcome you back to the stage. Daniil, he already knows the way to the stage. We have just talked to you. Welcome back. Your minute of fame and glory. I will ask you a question still. Have you participated in any other challenges? No, unfortunately, I didn't have the time. And if you had had the time, you would have beaten our serial winner, right? I would have tried, but unfortunately, I only had 1 month. So you suggest that it should be longer? Usually, competitions take, on average, 2 months, and that is enough time for a quality solution. Okay, noted. We will think about it. We'll think about increasing the time for submissions. Congratulations, and thank you for participating. One more certificate for Daniil, and the winner in AI for Talk, Alexander, who is going to receive 500,000 rubles. Take a guess. Is it Omar Ali? Yes, exactly. Omar Ali. Hello, Omar. Hi. Long time no see. Amar's smile is getting wider by the minute. With each envelope, he is laughing harder and harder. You have had so many victories in competitions. Are you accustomed to winning? Do you have any enthusiasm left about it? Sure. Congratulations. 500,000 more in your piggy bank. A similar question for Amar. Do you know any language? Maybe it's close to Syrian, Arabic. I'm not a linguist. Maybe I've said something stupid. No, unfortunately, I don't know anything about it. I've tried, but I didn't understand anything. I just decided to tackle this challenge by sound. That makes your victory even more impressive. Congratulations, Amar. Thank you. Alexander, by the way, have you asked the participants of last year's contest which problems, which challenges were the most interesting, the most thought-provoking? Well, we can ask them now. We can ask this year's contest participants. Right. I know that one challenge, though, was inherited from last year, precisely because you talked to the participants about the challenges and what was the most interesting about them. Right. This is something that drives people who participate in contests with positive feedback. Same with the neural network. If you give a reward to the neural network, it does what you want. If you penalize it, it refrains from acting this way. So we gave the reward and we received the reward and we repeated the action. We repeated the challenge. And now, Fusion Brain Challenge 2.0, final challenge. We are joined here on the stage. The Chief Data Scientist of Sber, Maxim Yeremenko. Maxim, with his confident gait, the man who set the challenge in AGI. Right, hello again. This year we made the challenge way more difficult. The Fusion Brain Challenge 2.0, the model had to take the text-based description of a task and typify the tasks. We had 3 times the number of tasks that we had last year, a big promotion in complexity, and the main thing is that this year 1 in 2 tasks were hidden from the participants. This way the contestants had to train their models with the so-called quasi-intuition. Could you give us an example? What does that mean, hidden tasks? So basically, you are given 6 tasks that have a description of the task. There is a target that you need to model, but then you don't have the description and the model tries to hit the target that is hidden from the participant. So the model is trained to solve one group of tasks, and then we ask it to solve another group of tasks, the tasks where there was no training whatsoever, and we see if the model decides correctly. Exactly. We now know pretty much how to distinguish between cats and dogs in images, but when you are shown a bunch of cats, some of them are dry, some of them are wet, maybe the task is about the weather outdoors. Well, I agree. This is about intelligence that is very human-like. We really raised the bar with the baseline and the problem setting. We had only 2 solutions out of the 73 submissions that were above our baseline, so we're going to be awarding 2 winners, the top 2, not top 3. Speaking of how close we are to AGI, this challenge is for our supermodel Fusion Brain. That model was trained for it to solve tasks that it hasn't been training for. This challenge is so difficult that the best contestants could exceed the baseline, the standard, in only 2 cases, so only 2 winners, but still this is a good step closer to AGI.
We're going to discuss that with the community in terms of how it is going to be arranged, but we're going to continue with the contests for sure. That will help us to drive the community and deliver AGI-related solutions. So who is the winner then? And who is going to receive 700,000 rubles for the 2nd place? Mikhail Tolstikov is the winner. Hello. Congratulations, Mikhail. There are two winners. You have a two-strong team. What was the most challenging for this task? The hidden modalities. They were. They posed a challenge in terms of finding a solution. Did you have a choice when the hidden modalities are removed? The open modalities. It's easier to work with open modalities. Well, yeah. How much time did you need? I think I was doing it like for a month, give or take, but I had some other things on my agenda, so I can't really say. Okay, well, hopefully see you next year. We're going to the winner. So who is going to receive 1 million rubles? Yeah, well, we know this guy. Amar Ali, we're going to voice the name together. Amar Ali is the winner again. That's absolutely incredible. 2.3 million rubles won by Amar. This is good. Yeah, of course it's good. No doubt it's good. What are you going to spend it on? Don't know yet. We'll think about that. I actually Googled Amar Ali because he's a unique winner. In one of his interviews, he said that I want to put all my victories in the CV to receive a dream job. What is your dream job, by the way? Well, when I have this dream job, I will have some other dream to pursue. I want to be an ML researcher. Maybe I know a thing or two about ML. Well, Amar, I can tell you that someone who earns 2.3 million rubles per month, like that, that's the dream job. I mean, you have received it already. You're working on a dream job. Yeah, well, Amar Ali, a constant winner. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you all. We will see you on the other sessions. Well, thank you all for your participation. We are confident that all solutions that were created by you during the contest will be practically used and will make a contribution in the development of the industries. On our part, we will try to think about the new challenges and new tasks. We have discussed the new tasks with the Gamaleya Institute. We hope that there will be many more exciting challenges, and I'm confident that it will drive us as people who create the tasks and you people who resolve the tasks, and we hope to meet you next year. And let's thank everyone who gave you your support, all of our viewers. Thank you very much for participating in the conference and for spending all that time with us. And Afina was with us all the time. Are you going to miss us? Well, if you're going to go to space, I'm going to miss you, but I think I will go to space earlier. But there is internet connection there, so we will be in touch. We will stay in touch. Okay, then. See you soon. Have a great evening, and we're having tomorrow a very interesting day with a very exciting agenda. Join us tomorrow as well, and see you soon.
Мы знаем, что научный прогресс — это больше, чем просто технологии. Это открытия, которые дают старт другим изобретениям. Это наши великие умы, положившие начало развитию искусственного интеллекта. Это процесс создания нового.
It is a process of creating something new and a constant search for the very best. Every discovery creates the foundation for new inventions. Today, the evolution of technologies has brought us together at the AIJ for a journey in the world of artificial intelligence, the land of opportunities.
Здравствуйте.
Hello, my name is Anastasia Chernobrovina, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you at the International Conference on AI and Data Analysis, which is called Artificial Intelligence Journey 2022. This is the journey in the world of artificial intelligence. In the next 2 days, we are going to discuss AI with the renowned experts from Russia and abroad, and all the experts and representatives of the businesses that advocate for the AI. We live in the world where technologies are ubiquitous and they are interwoven with the progress. Last year, AI became the largest AI conference in the world in terms of number of registrations. 250 renowned international experts and Russian experts participated, and people from 35 countries participated in the event. More than 50 million views for the opening of the conference. I would like to invite the aide to the President of the Russian Federation, Maxim Oreshkin, and the first Deputy Chairman of Sber Bank, Alexander Vedyakin.
Доброе утро. Очень рад.
Good morning. It is my great pleasure to again open the AI journey that gathers and hosts the best renowned experts on AI. It proves that AI is very important and high on the agenda for the scientific and business community, as well as for the government community and the authorities. Understanding the importance of AI for the welfare of our citizens and ensuring the sovereignty of our country, the President of Russia last year signed a decree to develop AI in Russia. This decree supported the development of AI on all stages, from research and expert development and talent development to the expert and industry regulation. A lot has been done, but now we need to move from the one-off cases to the large-scale implementation across the economy and industries and manufacturing. We have all we need, the technology solutions, the talents, and tens of thousands of Russians who decided to do this as a job. For the next decade, AI can deliver major benefits for the people of our country, ensure the better salaries thanks to the automation and of the business processes, making the solutions better, creation of new materials, improving the lifespan by an additional 3 years thanks to the early diagnosis the diagnosis that is going to be better as well, and developing new treatment programs, improving human capital thanks to the better education trajectories, building better education trajectories. To achieve these goals, we need to work actively and diligently and in a committed way. I'm confident that the AI journey, with the participation of the President of Russia, is going to continue to be one of the key venues that will support the development of AI in Russia. Hi everyone. Maxim, thank you very much. We are living in the era of the rapid development of technologies, and AI is one of the fastest growing technology. AI is basically the main technology of the 21st century. Recommendation services, search engines, and all the other things are parts of our life, and they are based on AI. What is the next stage? We think that we need to move to AGI, the strong artificial intelligence. It will be able to resolve many tasks, work in uncertainty, and will be an even better assistant for the society and for the businesses. We are seeing that the parameters of the neural networks are growing very quickly, and the creation of M3 models is emerging. Multi-model, multitasking, and multi-language based systems that they can work with different types of information, with stacks, with the audio at the same time. Multitasking means that it can resolve different tasks, and multi-language support helps it to work on different languages. So today we're going to discover the achievements with the world-renowned experts in this area. As Mr. Oreshkin said, it is the 7th conference, annual conference, and the scale has become much larger during this time. We have the best top-notch experts in this area, and we are happy that the number of these experts is continuing to grow. The program is going to be very tight and very interesting. More than 50, we expect the conference to be viewed by more than 50 million people. Qatar, Brazil, Venezuela, India, United Arab Emirates, and many other countries are viewing this conference. We put an ambitious goal to make AI Journey one of the best and the leading scientific conference in AI. AI Journey Science, that's our new track where we're going to discuss the latest developments in AI. That's the first year that we're doing that. We are proud of our young talents that are creating, already in their age, creating great AI solutions, and this is why we're going to have our traditional school and university student track and competition. We hope that this will be a showcase for all the other young people, and they will be drawn into the world of AI. Another important topic is the ethical development of technologies. Last year, we made a major step forward by creating a special ethics code in AI, and this year we were able to achieve great results. The code was joined by more than 100 participants. At the end of the day, we're going to sum up the results of our AI Journey contest. That's an international contest, and we're happy that more and more participants are joining the contest, and they are actually resolving important tasks on the edge, on the cutting edge of the science, and they are developing AI for the improvement of the lives of the society. Fusion Brain, that's the major task for the contest. This the creation of the AGI, and the participants had to know the most relevant methods to develop this AGI solution, the strong AI solution. So let's open our day and our conference, and welcome to AI Journey, the journey into the world of the artificial intelligence 2022. Mr. Oreshkin, Mr. Vidyakin, thank you so much for such a great introduction. We are continuing. I would like to tell you what we have. Workshops, reports, presentations, masterclasses, the interactive classes for the students. You can select whatever you need, whatever you like, but rest assured, every stream is going to provide you with the most relevant trends and innovations in AI and ML. And right now, I am inviting you to the world of artificial intelligence, and I would like to tell you that we're going to connect with the excellent centers that are working on AIs. We are connecting with them through the video conferencing calls, and I'm going to give the floor to Alexander Vidyakin, the first deputy chairman of Sber, who is going to host this meeting. Thank you, Anastasia. Hi everyone again. So we have just opened the first day of the conference, and traditionally it discusses the most relevant issues and the we're going to discuss how AI is going to resolve global challenges with AI. 17 Goals for Sustainable Development was established by the UN, working on climate, creating of smart cities, and creation of the infrastructure for innovations, and other goals were included. This is the plan for the development of our civilization as a whole, and there are major challenges. According to the UN, in the last 30 years, the planet lost more than 420 million hectares of trees. Every decade, the Arctic ice is decreasing by 1 million square kilometers. 19 centimeters, that was the raise of the sea level in the last several decades. 8 billion people by 2024. That was the forecast of the UN, but you know that we were able to achieve this figure much quicker. In November this year, we went through this important benchmark, and we need to move faster, therefore, and we need global tools for resolving global challenges. One of these tools for that is the AI. On G20 working group, it was recommended to the governments to use AI for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. For that, they are recommended to create excellence centers in different parts of the world. In Russia, these centers are being created. Regions of Russia are using AI more and more actively to resolve the challenges that they face. Sber is actively participating in that. This autumn, together with the Far Eastern Technology University, we have opened an excellence center on AI. It works with the environmental issues on a global scale, by the way, and today we're going to connect with the Russian excellence centers for the development of AI, and we're going to talk about AI applications for the achievement of the SDGs. Alexei Chekhunkov, the Minister of Russian Federation for the Development of Arctic and Far Eastern Region, Vyacheslav Malenkov, the Deputy Minister of the Government of the Sakhalin region, Mr. Korobets, the Acting Head of the Far Eastern University, Alexander Kuleshov, the Head of the Skolko School of Technology, called Skoltech, Mikhail Fedoruk, the Rector of Novosibirsk State University, and Eduard Golozhinsky, the Rector of the Tomsk State University, and Alexander Tarmasov, the Rector of Innopolis University. We are also going to be joined with Kandinsky Neural Network. That's an AI solution, and it is going to show us with what images this or that issue, how can you describe this or that issue with an image? Now, the first question. We know that on the Far Eastern region, the most advanced technologies are being developed. We look at the protected forest areas. We see hackathons for the students and for the school children. 3 Far Eastern regions have become leaders in terms of the digitization. Yakutsk was one of them, by the way, and I know that you are there in Yakutsk, a city that with quite cold weather and quite far away from Moscow. Now, the Sustainable Development Goals are being achieved by many, but actually the Far Eastern region is 7 million square kilometers, 40% of our country. That's a lot. It can be compared with entire continents. Developing technologies in companies or in one megapolis or in one urban center is one thing, and development AI on a continental scale, that's a total different issue. Can you tell us what are the real possibilities and what are the goals and targets for implementing AI in the Far Eastern and Arctic regions of Russia? Mr. Vedyakin, friends, hello from our sunny city of Yakutsk. And maybe those who don't know about AI, they would think that maybe AI in Yakutsk is not really the topic that, comes to mind first. But I'm confident that everyone knows that Yakutsk region is one of the leaders in terms of the implementation of information technologies, and including AI. And here we face and we use several systems, large-scale systems, huge systems that need analysis of big data, and that is done by neural networks to be able to, drive the economy on this region. Unfortunately, last season, Yakutsk region had a big problem with forest fires, and we have implemented the system which is called Eastern Forest. It is going to be rolled out for all the forests in Russia. It will analyze the satellite images, and it will use the networks to analyze the forest systems. If there is a spread of disease, if the forests are cut illegally, and of course if there's fire. Neural networks are used in other systems, like in transportation networks. We analyze the ice situation for our sea transportation facilities. This is a very complex system, and we use AI very actively to forecast the ice thickness. Softcomplot, Rosatom are one of the leaders in applying these technologies. Now, we have just faced we have just built one of the largest cardio centers with AI. We have some special programs for the development of Far Eastern region. We have some very promising startups, including in healthcare and in medical analysis. Sber company is using AI to analyze computer tomography and MRI and other scans, and it scans it with AI. Starting to roll this out across Russia. It is supported by the investments of Interros by Mr. Potanin, and together with the CEO of Interrosa, Sergei Patekin, we were at this startup, and after that we visited the startup and we invested there, and in August already we were reporting to the Prime Minister of Russia in terms of this development. Now, Far Eastern region is the place where Russia meets the Asian Pacific region. Asia Pacific region is the most important ocean of data, so to speak. It is the largest population and the largest number of gadgets and electronic devices, and these data points that are used to build the artificial intelligence, and therefore we strive to make sure that the centers like that, the Yakutsk universities, the Banfur and all the other universities, we need to make sure that they are not only the excellent centers for the Russian implementation of AI, but we also need to partner them to be the centers, to partner with the Asia-Pacific countries to develop AI. And I think it's very important to include Far Eastern, the people living in Far Eastern region, to raise awareness in terms of AI among the population. We're going to make a special AI day in the schools in Far Eastern region. There will be a lesson for the school kids that will talk about the AI applications and how it improves the lives of the people. Thank you for your attention. I wish you all the luck and success for the conference.
Alexei, thank you so much for that. It is true that it is absolutely crucial what you're doing in the Far Eastern region in terms of developing the AI. And I remember back when talking to you about this, and we actually visited your region, and we were quite amazed by what you have been doing there. This is awesome. This makes me so happy. And at Sber, we are going to help you in any way we can to develop this technology in the Far East, wherever your ministry is working. Thank you so much. I wish you the best of luck. I have now a question for Vyacheslav Alenkov. One of the goals in sustainable development is the goal of combating climate change. Carbon neutrality in your region, the ambitious goal there, one of the most ambitious goals actually in the world, region-wise, and even if we compare your region to other states, the unique flora and fauna of the Sakhalin region are going to change dramatically, even if the global temperature rises by as much as 2 degrees centigrade. I know that you have been actively implementing AI, and I know that you have been experimenting with AI. So the question for you is, artificial intelligence can help make Sakhalin a truly digital island. What do you think would be the benefit of that for your citizens? Mr. Vidyakin, dear colleagues, hello. It is true that sustainable development for us is not just words. We do have our sustainability agenda. We want to build a sustainable and efficient system of governance in the region. We want to create a comfortable environment for citizens. Just a couple of examples from practice. Ecology, for example, liquidation of non-sanctioned, non-licensed landfills. We have been using drones to identify landfills of that kind. We have created a digital map of such landfills, and we are trying to get rid of them. So we are talking about areas of waste management that are beyond any licenses or permits. And we have also been using AI in prospecting exercises. Also with infrastructure in cities, dust, snow, precipitations. Once again, we have been creating a digital map with the relevant governance control mechanisms. We managed to clean the streets from any snow or rain so quickly that the very next day you can go ahead and ride your bike to commute to work. And we have developed standards for cleaning the streets from dust, from snow, and we have managed to decrease by a factor of 5 the amount of dust on our streets. Same with the landfills. We have been benefiting from AI for identifying, for targeted fixation of problem areas. We have a special vehicle moving around the city with modern controls, accumulating data with AI on board to identify problem areas and to redistribute resources to fight any problems in the urban environment. Once again, AI has been very helpful in these endeavors. We've also been leveraging AI to improve the design in our city. As you rightly mentioned, we have a pretty extensive sustainability agenda in the region, and we have quite an area for maneuvering in using AI, for example, with greenhouse gas emissions. We could reduce the emissions of such gases thanks to reduction of traffic. So one of the main goals for us is to create the right routes and infrastructure. We could do it in real time, provided we have the right data and information. This will have economic benefits, and this will also reduce harmful emissions and our negative impact on the environment. This year, we have another sustainability goal. We want to fully transition to data-driven governance in the region. We have the school for that. We have the standards for that. The standards that specify which decisions should be made, which policies should be adhered to in the process. I've already given you a few examples of how we've been using AI, and starting next year, we hope to see hundreds and hundreds of practical use cases of where we benefit from AI and improve living in our city for people. Thank you, Vyacheslav. It's great to hear that government officials have been learning more about artificial intelligence, using it for practical purposes. Will you be able to do the programming, or will you just be doing the goal setting? I think we will start programming at some point. We have 5 elements in our guidelines, in our agenda. So we hope to reach step 3 very soon, related to decision-making and governance controls. We have been making quite a lot of progress in that. One more question for you. What problems do you see? What are the main challenges, the main barriers for the Sakhalin region to become a truly digital region? Is it a lack of data? Is it talent shortage? What do you think it is? Because we have been in a dialogue with many regions about it, and this is quite a sore spot. Well, based on statistics, we have been consistently in the top 10 of Russian regions by digitization. So we are pretty digitized, and we have a lot of colleagues. We welcome a lot of colleagues from other regions to share our experience in digitization. But I think we could do better. The first challenge is, of course, the shortage of talent, as you said, and the lack of culture, the decision-making culture, decision-making based on data, I mean. I'm talking about regional governance, municipal administration. I'm talking about the ability to use data to make a decision. And once they can do that, once they learn to do that, we will know that we are truly digital. And not just a region that implements different systems here and there arbitrarily. A region where digitization is concentrated in the Ministry of Digital Development. Thank you very much, Vyacheslav. I am being shown this image. I hope you can see it too. Climate change in Sakhalin. This looks very flowery. Well, this is the take of the neural network on Sakhalin, on its development. It's interesting how artificial intelligence sees climate change. Okay, moving on. The next question is for Boris Korobets. One of the SDGs is about preserving aquatic sea flora and fauna. More than 3 billion people depend on it. The ocean contains billions and billions of species. The preservation of sea ecosystems is particularly relevant these days because for your region, for Primorye region, because your border is largely a sea border, and there are a lot of problems that can be solved with AI. So a question for you, Boris. I know that you have been putting into practice a lot of interesting AI research, and such research is a great opportunity for you to partner up with universities and counterparties from abroad. So what do you think we could do to scale up your endeavors to, well, the world? Hello, Alexander. Hello, colleagues. It's a great pleasure for me to be speaking here at the conference. As you probably know, we have very recently opened this Far Eastern Center for AI research, supported by Mr. Graf and you, Mr. Vedekhin. That is quite an achievement for us, quite a milestone. It's great to see that in the Far Eastern region at our university we have our own AI research center. This is a very tall task, environmental task, and you very rightly mentioned SDGs that are pertinent not just for the Far Eastern region and also for Kamchatka, given the natural disaster that we had to deal with a couple of years ago, and the entire Asian Pacific region, to be honest. The work that we are doing at the Far Eastern University and at the AI Center is quite extensive. AI regulation, the relevant legislation, practical use cases. One of the challenges that we're dealing with is this problem, this very high-profile problem. Unfortunately, it persists. The so-called red ties that we had back in 2020 in Kamchatka. This is related to the life of these plankton organisms in sea. So predicting the probability and the localization of such red ties could only be done with AI. Previously, we had to do it just by guessing, really. But these days, thanks to AI, we can be very accurate, very precise in our forecasting. So thanks to the help of Sberbank, thanks to the data and the work done by our colleagues at the university related to such red ties, now we can indeed predict when and where the microalgae, the plankton, will be flourishing, because that could result in damage